Oxford University Press. He's further very highly, uniquely qualified to be the plenary speaker today because he, as Al-Farabi, was himself a person who straddled the worlds of both science and philosophy. Dr. Haq also started his career as a student of applied physics and electronics from England's Hull University, and then shifted towards history and philosophy of science, specializing in the history of Muslim societies. So we welcome him to speak on the topic Al-Farabi as a phenomena of world culture.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab. And if I kept you waiting, I must apologize. I was given 30 minutes and I would have been back in 30 minutes. I couldn't have forgotten this. You know, my heart and my mind has been in this conference. In fact, something like 8-9 months ago, some officials from Kazakhstan contacted me and they wanted me to deliver a few lectures on Farabi. I have edited a book on Farabi in my Oxford philosophy series. And I also have a detailed chapter on Farabi in a book that was published by Acumen in London. So it was all decided that I'll go to Kazakhstan, and then, you know, Corona happened. So it didn't move forward. But I'm so very grateful to Comstech for taking on this responsibility in these difficult, extreme times, in these times of fear and anxiety. And to be able to bring this about is quite an achievement. I must congratulate Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry for his leadership in this process. Dr. Khurshid Hassanain has worked diligently, very hard on this. And I hope that whatever contribution I could make to this has been productive. Now, I have said in my writings that we must consider Farabi as a figure of global proportions. To put him on the side and consider him a regional phenomenon will be doing injustice both to the field of philosophy and to the person and to the culture itself. He has made Greek philosophy world philosophy. And I'm going to explain what I mean by that and how I come to this conclusion to make this claim. His work on Greek logic and its relationship to grammar and usage of ordinary language, his political thought, his conceptual enrichment and expansion of Aristotle's notion of God, and above all, his overarching theory of intellect that we call noetics, something that we find centuries later in Descartes. Descartes' I think, therefore I am, cogito ergo sum, is reminiscent of the kind of things that Farabi had done. So, one has to understand the fact that here we are talking about a global phenomenon, not a regional phenomenon. We are talking about a universal discipline of philosophy, not just philosophy in the Arabic language, but universal philosophy. Philosophy as a universal discipline that cuts across various linguistic boundaries. Now, I want to say just a few words about Farabi's biography because so much has been said. Very little is known about his personal life. The first detailed biography we get is something like after 200 years that we get it. His contemporaries do not give us much detail about his life, and we know that Avicenna, Ibn Sina, consider him his master. And we can gather some material from his own annotations and from some sporadic biographical notes that we find in Farabi's own writings. Many colorful tales about Al-Farabi's life were woven subsequently, sometimes depicting him as a polygraph who translated Greek texts into Arabic. By the way, we have very little evidence that he did. It is said that he did, but the latest research is that he did not do any translations. He is also being claimed to be of Turkish origin. Sometimes he's presented as somebody who studied in a Christian environment in Constantinople. Iranians claim him too. And it all goes to show that he's such a desired figure that everybody claims him. And I say that really he belongs to the world. One thing that you need to note concerning his biography, and it is that he was taught initially by a Christian cleric. He was taught by this person whose name is Yohanna ibn Haylan, who taught him logic in Baghdad. And his most important student is also a Christian, whose name is Yahya ibn Adi. And in fact, he also tutored Yahya's brother in Baghdad. So he was very close to Christian circles. Now I have talked about a few of his elements of his thought, logic, noetics, his notion of God, and his political philosophy. And I'll say a few things about each one of them. And then perhaps, I'll stop and hope that you have questions and comments. One finds in the school of Ammonius, to which he belonged to the school of Ammonius in the 3rd century, who worked in the 3rd century in Alexandria. And there was a new Aristotelian current, just as we have a second wave of COVID. There was a second wave of Aristotelianism that grew in Alexandria, and Ammonius is an important figure. And Farabi initially followed the curriculum of the Ammonian school. One finds in this school a particularly critical preoccupation with Aristotle's organon, a preoccupation that had placed language studies at the forefront, given that Aristotle's categories and on interpretation both opened with linguistic discourses. Organon is the collection of logical writings of Aristotle, as many of you know, categories and prior analytics and posterior analytics, interpretation, topics, sophistical refutations. And this was actually being studied feverishly in Alexandria. Al-Farabi also is fundamentally preoccupied with language. But his historical context has the additional and crucial element of the intellectual milieu of contemporary Baghdad, where among the most powerful philosophical pursuits was one that had its focus on logic, language, and grammar. Now, this brings us to a fundamental feature of Al-Farabi's philosophy, his rigorous attempts to establish that logic is indeed universal grammar, and that logic is to intellect and intelligibles what grammar is to language and verbal expression. The outstanding contribution of Al-Farabi here is to relate the ordinary grammar of the Arabic language to philosophical logic, as this latter was conceived and constructed in the Greek and particularly Aristotelian tradition. This adaptation of Greek logic to a non-Greek linguistic context is a major philosophical and historical breakthrough. I repeat that, this adaptation of Greek logic to a non-Greek linguistic context is a major philosophical and historical breakthrough. Another characteristic contribution of Al-Farabi is his what we call Neoplatonic supplement to Aristotle's metaphysics, whereby the scope of Aristotle's notion of God is widened and brought in line with the Abrahamic conception of deity. Al-Farabi seems to indicate that Aristotle did not pay sufficient attention to the study of ultimate causes of things, that is, the study of God and immaterial beings. I must here, as a footnote, tell you that when we talk about Greek philosophy, Greek material in the Arabic tradition, we must not assume that that the Arabic thinkers, philosophers, were following the Greeks slavishly. In fact, they disagreed with them. And Farabi too disagrees with Aristotle. They agreed with Plato. They agreed with Ptolemy. And as you know, and all of this in terms of scientific research, for example, all of this results in what Copernicus did in the end when the Ptolemaic system was under tremendous attack on the part of the of Arabic writers. So there is a telling criticism of Aristotle's notion of God. Now, Aristotle's notion of God is a very dry notion. It is simply a logical necessity. The basic premise, as many of you know, in Aristotle is that every motion needs a mover. Now, ultimately, when A moves B and B is moved by C and C is moved by D, and then you go on and on and on and on till you reach a point when there is a mover that itself or himself is unmoved. And that unmoved mover is God. If you don't do this, then you end up in what is called infinite regress. You keep asking the next one and the next one and the next one. So in order to avoid infinite regress, you have to stop somewhere. Infinite regress means that knowledge is not possible. For the world to be intelligible, we have to avoid infinite regress. If electrons are the ultimate particles, what are electrons made of will not be questioned, because that will be the ultimate unanalyzable category. So this is Aristotle's notion of God, and Farabi is very, very uncomfortable with it. The science of metaphysics was more than what one found in Aristotle's metaphysics, since metaphysics did not contain a complete inquiry into the beings that were above and beyond natural things in the ontological order. Such inquiry would lead us to the discovery of a being that was the first principle of all beings. This first principle, Al-Farabi teaches, is the divinity. It is the efficient, formal, and final cause of all things. Now, from a dry as dust logical entity of God, here, you make a shift to a personal God, a God with whom one can relate, a God which answers to human emotions, expectations, and visions. And this is something which he does philosophically, and it is this philosophical resolution of the problem that one finds in Aristotle, which is to be understood. Now, let me say a few words about noetics. This is a term meaning theory of intellect. Theory of intellect. This in fact, this is the theory that serves as the robust anchorage holding Farabi's entire philosophical system, and it holds it in place as a coherent integral whole. In fact, it is this anchorage that uniquely defines the very drift and thrust of his thought. For example, logic is not merely a methodological tool for Al-Farabi, but hides underneath a governing ontological noetics, meaning being. It has to do with being. In Descartes, we find that there is a position, philosophical position, that anything that is clear and distinct must exist. So epistemological, if I may use the word epistemological, I'm sure that there are people who know philosophy in the audience. Epistemological certainty implies ontological certainty. If anything is clear and distinct, it must exist. So here is this equivalence between ontology, being, existence, and logical clarity, which is something, which serves a fundamental function in the system of Descartes in modern philosophy. I think, therefore I am, so I am certain. My own being is certain, and since my own being is certain, I must exist because it is clear. Mathematical entities, if they are clear, they must somehow exist. Now, this actually flows from Al-Farabi, and we see it later in the Arabic philosophical tradition, such as in Razi too. Now, it is not simply a methodological tool, as I said, for him, but it needs an ontological noetics. This is so since the human mind can think only in 5 ways in which the organon divides the arguments or propositions. So this is the only way. These are the only ways one can think. Okay, the demonstrative, which he privileges, and the dialectic, sophistical, rhetorical, and poetic. Quite remarkably, then, the relationship of by implication is made, it exists between logic and ontology. Now, the title Al-Muallim Thani, the second teacher, is no minor recognition. Generally, in the Arabic philosophical tradition, different personalities, different personages have different titles. So when we say Al-Shaykh al-Rais, we mean Ibn Sina. In fact, in a text, in primary sources, you don't find Ibn Sina. They'll say Qala Al-Shaykh al-Rais. Al-Shaykh al-Rais and meaning Ibn Sina. In the case of Muhyiddin ibn Arabi, he is Al-Shaykh al-Akbar. Qala Al-Shaykh al-Akbar. Not Muhyiddin ibn Arabi. You know who that is. Similarly, in the case of Farabi, he is always referred to as, or generally referred to as Al-Muallim Thani. This is no minor recognition, because Aristotelian philosophy, Aristotle's philosophy is very comprehensive. It's an entire curriculum of philosophical thought. It includes biology and astronomy and logic and grammar and metaphysics, ethics, and so on. It's a whole, and the remarkable thing is that it is all coherent. These are not just patches. This is not an incoherent jumble of ideas, but something that is welded together under some central principles. This is the same thing with Al-Farabi. He attempted to develop a philosophical curriculum. He wrote about the preparation for philosophy. He wrote about almost every text of Aristotle. And his book, Ihsan Ulum, Enumeration of Sciences, is a very important text in the Latin tradition. In fact, I think my student Moise is here. Moise is going to speak about, Dr. Moise Hassan is going to speak about his Ihsan Ulum, the enumeration of sciences. You see, it's very, very important. The categorization, taxonomy is very important philosophically. If I get a chest pain, is it a religious problem or a medical problem? Do I go to a doctor, or do I go to a khatib? How do I classify this issue? So it is very important if an issue is a mathematical problem, or is it a philosophical problem, is it a religious problem, or what? So Ihsan Ulum is very important in the development of this curriculum. Now, I want to say a few things about his political thought, and then I'll end there. His Excellency, the President, also spoke about it. His book, Mabadi Ara Ahl al-Madinah al-Fadila, Principles of the Opinions of the People of Virtuous City. Fadil, in Urdu we say Fadil, somebody who is very respectable. uh, and and uh, and has the force of ethical virtuosity. Now, what is the virtuous regime? It is that regime in which people cooperate and come together with the aim of attaining happiness. That is, they all possess or follow those who possess correct similitude of the knowledge of divine and natural beings. Social reality, like metaphysical reality, indeed all reality, is conceived by Al-Farabi hierarchically. Thus, we are told that in practice there would always be a difference among the citizens of the virtuous regime with regard to the character of their knowledge about divine beings and about the world and civic life, and thereby they will differ in terms of their share of perfection. Perfection here means intellectual perfection, which is the same thing as happiness. Given this, Al-Farabi systematizes the virtuous city as a cooperative collection, a cooperative collection of tri-level hierarchy. The highest class of people, the rulers, consists of the wise and the philosophers. And this is close to Plato's Republic. These are the supremely virtuous individuals who know the true nature of things by demonstrative proofs or directly by revelation. Now, see here, this is very tricky. How do they know the truth? These that the highest group of people, the highest category of people, they know it by demonstrative proofs through logic, through philosophical reasoning, or by revelation, or directly by revelation. Now here it's both daring and meaningful. That here there's an equivalence between philosophy and prophecy, between philosophy and prophecy. So in a sense, the prophet is a kind of a philosopher, and this is very interesting that he does that. It is evident that Al-Farabi conceives of an epistemological as well as a political equivalence between the prophet and the philosopher. But there is a difference. While in the general run of things, it is only the human rational faculty that has access to the knowledge of divine beings, it may rarely happen that a human individual's faculty of imagination is so powerful, attaining such perfection, that it overwhelms the rational faculty. And the imaginative faculty then proceeds directly to the active intellect to receive images of divine beings and knows the nature of things without mediation of rational process. So in a way, he does not damage the religious notion of a prophet who does not need, philosophically, does not need any logical steps to gain the truth. He gets it directly, because it is the rare case when the power of imagination is so strong that it connects directly to the active intellect, to the spirit. This is the kind of thing that we have. So what have I said? I have said, first of all, that Farabi, indeed, what we call Arabic Islamic philosophy, ought not to be studied as something peripheral towards civilization, as something regional. I'm very uncomfortable with that. Philosophy as we know it wouldn't have been what it is had Farabi not done what he did. There's a debate in the court of Al-Mamun between a Greek logician and a grammarian, in which the grammarian says that Greek logic is nothing but Greek grammar. It does not apply to Arabic. This is Greek. This is all Greek stuff. It does not apply to the Arabic language. And the logician argues that it is universal. Now, this is the environment in which Farabi is working, and he establishes to the best of his ability, the fact that logic is universal. It is universal. It's an instrument that applies to any language, not just the Greek language, but all other languages. So this is something very, very important for us to understand, and the fact that there's a comprehensive attitude that we see in him. I think that perhaps we are running out of time. Perhaps I should stop now, right? I think I've said enough. I've said enough to provoke you. I hope I have provoked you. And and if you want to add to what I have said, I've largely paraphrased the latest article, the latest essay of mine that was published by Acumen on Farabi. I think that nothing has come after that, even though I don't claim that I'm the greatest scholar of Al-Farabi, but I don't think anything has come out after that. So I'm going to stop here. And I hope that you can add to what I've said or make comments or ask me questions. Thank you very much for listening to me. Please do. Yes. Yeah, please, can you pass on the microphone to Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry?
Thank you very much, sir, for the excellent overview of Al-Farabi's the breadth of his knowledge and the topics he has covered in his long life. He worked for over 50 years, and you, mashallah, within that short duration, have given a very good synopsis of it. I just wanted to know, you see, his contributions in the field of science is different, but his enduring contributions are largely in political philosophy, logic, and as a jurist. How his inclination towards metaphysics has affected his political philosophy, and how his scientific thought has affected his political philosophy. There must be some interlinkage.
Well, yes. Can you hear me? Yes. There's a problem here, I think. You can hear me? Yeah. Indeed. I mean, it would not be a system if they're unconnected. It would be, just a patchwork. The thing is that one is connected to another, and his central, the core of his system is his theory of the intellect. That human mind can think only in certain ways, and those ways are logical ways, right? And science is a rational discipline. It moves logically, and through reason, and reason operates in a certain way. And for him, those ways are Aristotelian ways. This is his resolution. He may be wrong, but the principle is that logical progression is what characterizes scientific thinking. It is through that. So, you cannot talk about transcendental entities to explain science. You cannot say that, there's an earthquake because the jinn is doing it, or some Satan, some Iblis is working against us. But you talk about naturalistic forces, right? Talk about movements of rocks and so on, naturalistic. So naturalism as opposed to transcendentalism, because naturalism can be rationally treated. Transcendental forces cannot be treated. If I'm ill because there's some evil spirit in me, what do I do? But if I'm ill because there's a shortage of, let us say, red blood corpuscles or white blood corpuscles, you can do something about it. So no, it is connected, because you see, if you talk about rationalizing human thought, then you're opening doors for science. Otherwise, it's superstition. It becomes superstition. So it is connected. This way he explains, even in the case of his political philosophy, it is connected to. I mean, I have not gone into the details, but I've talked about it in my in my writings that it is connected to astronomy as well. He talks about the solar system and different planets and so on, and then he connects it with those things that, this is how human societies will operate, in different communities having different functions. So they are very much connected. Yes. G. Monis up, Dr. Monis. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I am Professor Moni Sena. And I mean, you rightly said that you will provoke. Excellent lecture. Talking about logic, that medieval era, imagine 11 and 50 years ago, there was no light, there was no technology. And a person, a philosopher who was thinking, I mean, far beyond. So my question is this, that during that era, was he something who believed in a non-traditional deity as far as religion is concerned? And if yes, was there any resistance to his thoughts? Because he was not only dealing with physics and metaphysics and all that, he also dealt with a conglomeration of subjects. So was there any resistance? Because he was something who was, quite different at that time. Was he secular? Was he a person who believed in separating church from state? This is what I'm asking.
Yes, this is a question that is raised over and over again, as you know, and I would hesitate to apply modern terminologies to what happened at that time. Church, state, secular, these things are loaded. They're loaded, and they make sense only in a certain historical period. You know, you cannot imagine a sustained civilization with such important intellectual work, whose reflections I see until this day, without the support of the society. Now, when uh, Al-Mamun, he supported his Baitul Hikmah. It was, in fact, established before his time. Um, he he was the translation movement that was going on at that time was supported by all groups of the society, Shiis or Sunnis or rulers or governors or army officials. Everybody was supporting it. It was a massive undertaking. Greek legacy would have all but died if they hadn't done what they did. And they did not just follow it slavishly, they worked on it, disagreed with it. In fact, they even transcended it. We would have lost that world legacy if they had not done what they did, and for that you need support. So it cannot be the work of some peripheral group outside. No, it has to be part of the core of the mainstream of society. Yes, there were, fringe elements. There always are fringe elements who would do all kinds of things. Ghazali is the punching bag, for everybody. But people don't know Ghazali. We don't read text. We don't know texts. We cannot read Ghazali. हमें पता ही नहीं कहा क्या उसने. What did he say? Ghazali never stopped science. It's absurd to say that, both substantively, philosophically, and historically. When Copernicus cites Ibn Shatir and Nasiruddin Tusi, they're all after Ghazali. It's a living part of living science. What Nasiruddin Tusi did, the Tusi couple, which he uses in his mathematical system, or what we find in this timekeeper, Mawaqit, of Damascus, Ibn Shatir, verbatim copied by Copernicus in his De Revolutionibus. So we really don't know. Yeah, there must have been fringe groups. There always are, right, who would oppose. But I think that the thrust of the society was unmistakably rational. One of the greatest historians of Islam, Marshall Hodgson, I really recommend everybody to read Marshall Hodgson, The Venture of Islam, amazing work. And he says Islam's unmistakable rational thrust. These are his words. Unmistakable rational thrust. It is not that, and they didn't have to be you know faithless. Plato is not faithless. He talks about God all the time, right? It's not faithless, not godless. They are all huffaz. They all memorize the Quran. They all studied fiqh. So I would, as a historian, I see the thrust of the society, which is very rational. In fact, it happens in the opposite way, that now we have problems. Now we have problems, and we have problems because of certain, historical, sociological, colonial reasons. Now we have problems. At that time, we didn't. You look at the translations of certain verses of the Quran, translated, let's say, 200 years ago, and translated today. You see a difference. They were very much open 200 years ago. They could do it. You could not dare do it. I mean, even what Shibli Nomani said, today, if you say it, you will be in trouble. Shibli Nomani, who is not so far away from us, what he said, you cannot say it today. So something has happened, right? And it's a very complex question. So we cannot couch it in sort of fashionable terms. We have to think about historical realities and particular historical circumstances in which things happen.
Can I ask a question?
Of course, you are
Can you give me the mic?
the
Others can also hear. Partly
the king.
you already answered my question to be, but I think I'd like to have it more. You mentioned about the teacher of Al-Farabi as being a Christian, and that kind of provoked this question in my mind. And the question basically is, to what extent did Al-Farabi and other philosophers of that period, their religious identity, their religious affiliation with Islam, how is it reflected in their philosophies and in their whole attitude towards the project of philosophy and thinking? Or is what basically it was the interaction with the other civilizations that the Arabs came into contact with, which should be taken as the primary driving force for this great upsurge of learning and knowledge in that period?
Well, you see, the supervening structure, the umbrella over it is the Islamic tradition. In MIT today, you have Hindu scientists and Muslim scientists and Christian scientists and Buddhist scientists, but they don't do Buddhist science. They don't do Muslim science. They don't do Hindu science. They do science. And how do you define science? You define science by the overarching scientific milieu of MIT, of the world today. So there's a milieu which is determined by certain values, certain Islamic values in which Farabi is working. And what Farabi is doing is very much in keeping with his faith. The notion of prophecy, the text of the Quran, all these things are lurking on the horizon. And if you believe that philosophy is a universal discipline which cuts across all cultures and languages and religions, then you have no problems with getting it from anywhere. In fact, Kindi said in very clear terms that we take light from wherever it comes. From wherever it comes. A novice can do wonders sometimes. A novice can do wonders. You don't have to look for experts. So you never know where light comes from, and one should always take it. When a people are comfortable, right? When they're not anxious, when they do not suffer from complexes, they're very open-minded. They're very, very open-minded. They don't worry. I mean, a great, let's say Amir Khan, a boxer, he is hit by a little kid. He will not do anything. He'll not hit him back. He'll not hit the kid back. He'll just smile. Son, leave it. Oh, don't do it. If a little kid kicks him, he'll do nothing because he's so comfortable, he's so confident in his strength. A civilization, when it is confident in its strength, never claims that it is great. Once it begins to dwindle in its strength, then it says we were great. Otherwise, when you're great, you don't say you're great. You don't say it. You are great. So when you deteriorate, then you say, oh, we were great, we are great. So they were very confident. It would damage. I mean, the Aristotelian organon was not completely taught in Christian circles because they thought that it would damage Christian beliefs. Okay, they did not go beyond prior and posterior analytics. Al-Farabi opened it all. And once he opened it all, he opened new windows, new vistas for philosophical development. It was not taught. He opened it. This shows his comfort, his confidence. He opened it. He went, and this is a historical fact I'm telling you. The syllabus, the Alexandria syllabus, were expanded by Al-Farabi. He opened it all. All collections of organon are now open for discussion. So this is the kind of, milieu we have.
Thank you, sir. I think we're behind the clock. Thank you very much, Professor Naman, for this very enlightening lecture and the following discussions. We now move on to the first session, which is Al-Farabi, his life, times, and major contributions, to be chaired by Dr. Muhammad Waqas Sajjad, Head Center for Languages, Assistant Professor, Institute of Liberal Arts, Center for Languages, University Management Technology, and he will announce the participants of this session and
do these mics work? Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the first session. It's very aptly titled Al-Farabi, His Life, Times, and Major Contributions. It will help us set the context for our conversations over the next few sessions, today and tomorrow. And I hope, just like the plenary remarks by Dr. Manul Haq, these sessions are also intellectually stimulating, thought-provoking, and allow us to gain better insights into one of the most major philosophers of the Muslim world. I won't take much time. There's a slight change to the schedule today. We have Ms. Anmol Yasmin Ahmed speaking first. Her lecture is Al-Farabi and the Attainment of Happiness, a guiding principle for political theory. Ms. Anmol, she teaches political thought at the FC College in Lahore. She has previously taught at NCA in Lahore as well. Her research interests include philosophical anthropology, anthropology of the state, and social theory. And she also works with post-colonial theory. She has an MPhil in political science from FC College and an MA in national studies from the Central European University. There's a longer list here, but I'll stop. I'll invite you. You have 30 minutes. I'll sort of point out at 25, so we can stop and have some conversations as well, please.
Thank you. I must begin by saying how absolutely honored I am to be here. I think Professor Namanul Haq will be a tough act to follow. I'm at a loss of words here. I must also add that I'm extremely excited to be here because I was convinced that if you had an interest in philosophy or intellectual history, you were destined to be a very lonely person in an empty library in some corner somewhere. And it makes me really happy to find people who share this interest. as Professor Namal Haq already said, it's very difficult to talk about Al-Farabi's life and times because we simply don't know much. So I thought it might be a nice idea to talk to you about how I was introduced to Al-Farabi, and I'll move on then to a discussion about some things that he discusses in the text, The Attainment of Happiness. I was sitting lonely as I was in a library, and I came across this special edition translation by Mohsin Mati of Al-Farabi's The Philosophy of Plato and Aristotle. And in the introduction, he shares this very interesting parable. It begins something like this. There once was a man who discovers the truth or stumbles upon it. The truth being that Platonic, abstract sort of the capital T truth. And the minute he discovers it or stumbles upon it or achieves it, he is also aware that the state's people are now after him. And he must escape the city. But the dilemma is that he cannot tell the truth. Because if he tells the truth, he will be captured. And yet, if he doesn't tell the truth, he would be doing something that's very wrong. So what he does is he sort of puts on these funny looking clothes, and he walks up to the city gate, and lo and behold, there's a guard standing over there, and he questions him who he is. And the sage there says, I am the person you're looking for. But when he says that, he acts like a lunatic, like a crazy person. And the guard takes him for an idiot, for a fool, and laughs at him and says to him, get out of here. And the sage this way tells the truth, but also manages to escape the city. Now, I must be honest with you. I found this in one specific version of the translation, and ever since then, I've never been able to find it again. I have no way of even confirming that this is connected to Al-Farabi or Mohsin Mahdi really did say this, because this was about 10 years ago when I read that text. But for me, it really stuck with me because it made me think of Al-Farabi in a way that I wouldn't have otherwise. So for today, I decided that I would speak more about Al-Farabi and his ideas around political thought, particularly with relevance to contemporary political thought and moral philosophy. Subjectivism and relativism in ethics and morality are, as Fishkin realizes, widely held views, particularly attractive to the contemporary mind and temperament. The impact of mainstreaming of these ideas of political theory is still to be explored at length. But one trend that has emerged since the 20th century is what you call this divorced from moral philosophy. And it is predominantly as a consequence to moral relativism. So, for example, several liberal theorists from the 1950s onwards have been working at moving away from ethics to develop a political system that doesn't rely so heavily on moral philosophy. You find this trend most pronounced in thinkers influenced by postmodern or post-structuralist ideas. System building in this so-called post-truth world has become a very difficult job. But in an essay on 20th century liberalism, David Weinstein shows how a theory, even when divorced from moral philosophy, could still be absolutist. By the term absolutist, what he's referring to is Fishkin's idea where a theorist tries to develop a system that is rationally unquestionable, inviolable, and rooted in complete principles. The advantage of this notion of absolutism is that it allows us to analyze different philosophies that appear to be devoid of moral philosophizing, and check if they actually manage to do so in reality. And Weinstein's analysis shows that we end up with rather rigid frameworks, even when escaping moral philosophy to reach precisely this goal. Take, for instance, the case of value pluralism. So A strong proponent of value pluralism is Galston, not to be confused with Miriam Galston, who is a big authority on Al-Farabi. I'm speaking here of William Galston, who, to quote him, says that the entire group of he really represents that entire group of value pluralists when he says, while the distinction between good and bad is objective, there are multiple goods that differ qualitatively from one another and cannot be ranked or ordered. Not only is rank ordering pointless, but because it is so pointless, it often generates, quote, dangerous moral tunnel vision. We should therefore eschew vigorously trying to, quote, gratify our understandable desire for moral harmony by obliterating our awareness of unavoidable moral costs, end quote. But as his colleague, George Crowder, who is another proponent of the same school, notes, liberal pluralism actually leads you towards a liberal way of life. This leads him to go far enough to say that states may actively promote liberal forms of good, not just domestically, but globally. The problem here is that while you're actively trying to move away from moral philosophy, because that has proven to be problematic due to how it confuses particular choices or ideas to be universal, you actually end up with the same problem. You end up with a specific truth that you hold to be good or right. Pivotal to this debate, I think, is Al-Farabi's idea of virtues. I think it shifts the entire weight of the thing. So I'll explain a little bit of his idea of virtues. In the text, The Attainment of Happiness, he doesn't spend a lot of time explaining what happiness is. But you get the sense that you get happiness through certain virtues. And they're explained very well if you're familiar with Aristotle's square of opposition. So you have the universal condition, which is something is good for all of eternity. But then you have the universal particular condition where something is good for a particular, for all, but for a particular amount of time. On the converse, you could have a condition where something is good for some people or perhaps even an individual, but forever. And then on the fourth condition, which is a particular combination where you have something that is good for some people or an individual and for a limited amount of time. Now, the things that are for a limited amount of time, deliberative virtues and practical virtues to be specific, he does not spend a lot of time explaining. All you know is that these are virtues that will give you happiness in this world. On the converse, there are these universal conditions and particular conditions that go beyond temporality. And those are the theoretical virtues and the moral virtues. Now, if you're struggling with these concepts, you could think of, for example, Socrates coming up with some idea, some profound thought, which leads him to truth. Now, the discovery of truth is particularly a moral virtue because it is for a specific person, but it is forever. Now, this can become a theoretical virtue if this discovered truth is shared with others. At this point, it becomes a theoretical virtue, for it is now a source of good for all and forever. The very process of taking this theoretical virtue to adopt it to practical life, say in a state's law, would be a deliberative virtue. The process of taking theoretical and using it to guide the deliberative, what must be remembered is that virtue necessarily cannot hold for all of eternity. Hence, for example, communism couldn't possibly be good for everyone forever because human experience lies embedded inside the very dynamic human society. So basically, for Al-Farabi, there is one type of happiness which is universal for eternity, and the state can get everyone there, but only through the guidance of what he says is the prophet, or you could sometimes people try to replace that with a, a like of Plato's philosopher king, but it's a bit different, as Professor Namanul Haq has also indicated. And then there's the second type of happiness, which is universal but temporally restricted, which is not forever. And since we cannot have absolute certitude, there is this possibility of a more limited, temporally contingent certitude that guides us. Over here, I am particularly drawing on Professor Deborah Black's work on Al-Farabi's idea of certitude. Now, Al-Farabi begins by talking about certitude as having these 6 sort of conditions. The first 3 conditions are very close to what you would think of the modern notion, the justified true belief. So the first condition is S believes that P is true, and S knows that P is true. But that's second grade knowledge. In order to have certitude for Al-Farabi, there are 3 other conditions, namely, it is impossible that P to be not true, and there is no time at which P can be false. And then finally, conditions 1 through 5, all of which I've just said, hold essentially not accidentally. Now, even when you have knowledge, justified true beliefs, to put it simply, and they hold essentially and not accidentally, but they only hold true for specific amounts of time, you cannot have certitude. And since society remains this sort of dynamic thing, which doesn't just simply become suspended, you can't possibly have social truths that are universal unless you have now reached that level of the prophet. So here, Farabi is often categorized as an Aristotelian thinker. But again, referring back to the story I shared with you earlier, I think that he is trickier than he may seem. Keeping in mind how deeply skeptical he was of society accepting truth bearers, and also how contemptuous he was of jurisprudence and even Kalam works, I think he was closer to Plato on that front. That is, in the pursuit of that abstract capital T truth. And while we have the theoretical virtues that appear to be most desirable, he leaves the possibility of practical virtues open. That is, something could be good for a particular group or individual for a particular amount of time. Now, what such a system looks like is open to imagination. Al-Farabi himself doesn't give you a lot on that front. But still, I think that he could be useful for contemporary thinkers in our times. Now, while I say this, I must also quickly add that I do not think that using his theory very rigidly would be a smart idea. It would, in fact, be anachronistic and unfair to the genius of the philosopher. My point here is not to suggest that Al-Farabi's ideas should be implemented as is for the construction of an ideal state. However, employing his ideas while remaining sensitive to the differences in context nevertheless provides an exciting opportunity for exploration, one that could provide a useful framework or a guiding principle in political theory. Though he doesn't dedicate much attention to practical or temporally restricted happiness, this worldly matters, he does manage very well to reconcile elegantly the debate of absolutist and relativist morality. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think
Okay.
thank you for finishing up quickly, and we have time for a couple of questions, if there are any questions. Do I see anyone?
No?
I think we can then move on. Thank
All
you
right.
so much.
Thank you.
Our second speaker for today is joining us online. Dr. Muhammad Mudassir Ali is a senior researcher at the Center for Muslim Contribution to Civilization at the Hamad bin Khalifa University. He has a PhD and a master's in comparative religion from the International Islamic University, Islamabad. He has worked at the institute as well, and he has been selected twice for the Fulbright Scholar Program. Since 2015, he has been at Hamad bin Khalifa University, and that's from where he joins us today. His presentation is on Al-Farabi and his sources. Dr. Ali, if you could please switch on your mic. I don't think I have any other way of reaching out to you, so you have 20 minutes for your presentation. At around the 15-minute mark, I'll probably have to interrupt you. I apologize in advance for that, because there's no other way for me to tell you how much time is left, because in the interest of time, we're trying to proceed very quickly. So you can begin now. Thank you so much.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'd like to start with by thanking the organizers of this conference and the government of Kazakhstan. Particularly, I would like to mention Dr. Khurshid Hassanein Sahab and his team, who were in contact with me, in continuous touch with me regarding the conference. I think it's a wonderful learning opportunity for me. I do not belong to a background of philosophy as such, although I'm personally interested in that. So with this, I would like to start with my paper. It was the year 932 CE when Abu Sa'id al-Sirafi was formally requested by the minister Abu al-Fath ibn al-Furat to debate the learned logician Abu Bishr Matta in the company of several distinguished scholars. Ibn al-Furat maintained that according to Matta, truth could not be distinguished from falsehood, nor good from evil, nor clear evidence from doubt, except through what the Greeks had gathered of logic. Abu Sa'id asked Matta, "Tell me what you mean by logic, for if we understand what you mean by it, our conversation with you would be on accepting its truth, rejecting its falsehood in an acceptable manner." Matta replied, "I mean by logic one of the tools of speech through which the soundness of speech can be distinguished from its infirmity, and erroneous meaning from a correct meaning, just like a weighing scale, for through it I know what is heavy and what is light." Al-Sirafi responded, "You are mistaken. In Arabic language, the soundness of speech is distinguishable from its infirmity through the organization of words and their inflection, while the soundness of its meaning is distinguishable from its error through the intellect." He goes on to question the example of the weighing scale that Matta had drawn upon, saying that a scale simply measures a commodity, but does not inform anybody about its essence, as not everything in the world is measurable. During the course of this long and well-recorded debate, Al-Sirafi corrected Matta's use of Arabic language, proposed the idea that Greek logic was representative of Greek language, customs, and traditions, and thus of little avail to a Turk, a Spaniard, a Persian, or an Arab. He further mocked Matta for not knowing Greek language and depending on Syriac translations, to which Matta replied the translations were quite sufficient. Finally, to prove the validity of his stance, Al-Sirafi elaborated on the variant usages of the Arabic letter waw, which denotes and, both in Arabic language and in the writings of Aristotle, and that if such divergent uses of a single word could lead to very different understandings, what to speak of whole concepts which are variously understood by different peoples and nations? Matta stood confounded, but replied, "This is mere grammar, and I haven't studied it, for logicians do not require it, but a grammarian requires logic. And as logic seeks meaning, grammar seeks words, and meaning is nobler than words." Throughout the conversation, Matta at times keeps silent, while at others he disapproves of Al-Sirafi's examples. The debate ended with the minister hailing Al-Sirafi as triumphant. This long conversation was recorded by Abu Hayyan al-Tawhidi in his Al-Imta' al-Mu'anasa, among the proceedings of the 8th night. Abu Bishr Matta ibn Yunus was Al-Farabi's celebrated teacher, from whom he studied logic. Sources mention that although Matta was more advanced in age, Al-Farabi was more learned than his teacher, and had ensured that he mastered the tools of logic and grammar before proceeding to introduce Greek philosophical thought in Arabic language in such a coherent and systematic manner that it rightly reserved for him the title of the second teacher. The details of Al-Farabi's life are quite scanty, to say the least. Al-Mas'udi thinks that the only thing we can say about Al-Farabi with any assurance is that he died in the year 339 Hijri, which corresponds to 950 of our calendar. Even if that may be true, it is possible to construct an account of Al-Farabi's life from the handful of sources that are available to us. He is said to have been born in the village of Wasij in Farab, in what is modern-day Kazakhstan, in the year 870 CE. Scholars have long debated Al-Farabi's origins. While some see him as a Turk, others branded him as a Persian, and still others, like Professor Naji Maroof, have tried to see him as an Arab. His name has been equally debated in Arabic sources. Ibn Usaybi'ah calls him Muhammad ibn Uzluq bin Tarkhan, while for Qifti and Bayhaqi, in their Ikhbar al-Ulama bi Akhbar al-Hukama and Tarikh Hukama al-Islam, respectively, he is Muhammad bin Tarkhan. Other sources mention him merely as Muhammad bin Nasr. His father is said to have been an officer in the service of the Samanid army. He acquired his early education in Farab, where he studied jurisprudence, hadith, and the exegesis of the Quran, according to Ibrahim Madkur. Madkur further states that he learned Arabic, Turkish, and Persian, while some other scholars think that he learned Arabic quite late. Madkur also seems to imply that Al-Farabi made his journey to Baghdad quite late, when he was about 50 years of age. It is highly unlikely that a man of Al-Farabi's character and thirst for knowledge would have been content with seeking knowledge from one source alone. To be sure, scholars like Professor Charles Butterworth have suggested that he was in Baghdad in his early 20s, studying logic and philosophy. He had earlier acquired lessons in music and logic in Bukhara and Marw. Several Arabic sources, even those quite antagonistic to philosophical trends of Islam, mention that Al-Farabi was an expert alchemist and knew a great deal about medicine, although he never practiced these sciences. There is little doubt that Al-Farabi achieved his philosophical maturity in Baghdad after having studied logic and philosophy with a number of well-known Christian Nestorian monks of the like of Yohanna bin Haylan and Matta bin Yunus. There seems to be a degree of unanimity that almost all of Al-Farabi's writings were produced after he settled in Baghdad sometime in the beginning of the 10th century, where he stayed for almost 20 odd years. By about 942 CE, he traveled to Damascus upon the invitation of Sayf ad-Dawla, who was known to be a patron of art and learning. Having stayed in Damascus for a few years, he was forced to leave for Egypt for reasons that are not clear. He stayed in Egypt for about 2 to 3 years, returned to Damascus, and passed away in the year 950 CE. All Arabic sources are unanimous that he lived an extremely frugal life, often dressing himself in the attire of the Sufis. He was allotted 4 dirhams on a daily basis while in Damascus by Sayf ad-Dawla himself. Ibn al-Usaybi'ah mentions that for some time, Al-Farabi worked as the keeper of a garden in Damascus and was so poverty-stricken that he would often have to read and write in the light of the torch provided to him for his supervisory activities in the garden. Ibn Khallikan mentions an incident of his life, which the majority of modern scholars term as spurious. The incidents relate to Al-Farabi playing music in the court of Ismail ibn al-Abbad. Al-Farabi is said to have played music on an instrument he had designed himself in the presence of Ismail and his guests, which led them to burst out in laughter. He then changed the chords and played a tune which led them to sob and weep. And finally, he played a tune which put them all to sleep while he was able to slip away. Whether scholars today deny the incident because it was too incredulous or because they're not sure about the veracity of the report itself is anybody's guess. However, a very similar incident has been narrated by Zainuddin al-Malti in his Nail al-Amal fi Zayl al-Duwal, Nail al-Amal fi Zayl al-Duwal, and other Arabic sources on the authority of a person called Ibn Fadlillah, who says that Muhammad bin Isa, more popularly known as Ibn Qarr al-Musiqi, a 14th century Egyptian Hanbali musician, was able to perform the very same feat which Al-Farabi was alleged to have performed. Ibn Fadlillah says of him that he witnessed Ibn al-Qarr do what he had only heard about Farabi. He could successively make people cry, laugh, and then put them to sleep by merely changing the tune of his instrument. Al-Farabi's sources and factors influencing his philosophical views. That's the next part of my paper. Al-Farabi spent at least 20 years of his life in Baghdad, according to Al-Qifti in his Tarikh al-Hukama. It was then little wonder that the conditions obtaining in Baghdad would have had quite some impact on his thought processes. Unfortunately, by the 10th century CE, Baghdad had become a spent force, and if not for the presence of the Caliph and the continuation of the administrative life in Baghdad, it would have long lost its significance. Al-Farabi mentions in his Fusulun Muntaza'a that it is not permissible for virtuous people to reside in corrupt political environs. It is in fact incumbent upon them to migrate to a virtuous state. Perhaps this was what led Farabi to travel to Damascus, in addition to the invitation that he received from Saif al-Dawla. There seem to be three factors that have shaped Al-Farabi's political and metaphysical views. Number one, 10th century Baghdad was witnessing a rising sense of conflict between the Hanabila and the Shia, and Al-Farabi was a first-hand witness of these conflicts. Some historians think that Al-Farabi found it convenient to side with the Shia faction and the Ismaili movement because their interpretive tools assisted him in synthesizing Platonic views with Aristotelian ones. This line of thought has led some Arab scholars to identify Al-Farabi's works, a tendency to view the three foremost Greek philosophers, that is Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, as infallible imams. What seems to lend support to this line of thinking is something that Al-Farabi mentions in his Kitab al-Huruf. After recounting the development of the methods of thinking and exploration, Al-Farabi seems to suggest that in Aristotle's works, theoretical and practical philosophy have been perfected, and there was no need for further examination of things. Now, this is I read this quote, and I'm no expert on philosophy. I'm not very sure about the context of this particular paragraph, so I might be reading too much. Anyhow, others are of the view that Al-Farabi was a fierce advocate of philosophy in the face of Kalam, for in his view, Kalam created division and philosophy led to harmony. The deep divisions that had been created owing to the wrangling between the various Kalami schools of thought might well have led Farabi to seek the solution to his questions in philosophical constructions. Number two, the spread of social and political disharmony and lawlessness from the beginning of the 10th century among the social classes as the landlords and merchants and administrative cadre on one side and the peasants and skillful labor on the other is another reason. Ibn al-Jawzi, like other historians, has written in detail about the events of the beginning of the 10th century in Baghdad. In the year 918, for instance, he writes, the prisoners revolted and climbed prisoner walls. Similarly, Banu Hashim attacked a very senior minister, Ali bin Isa, for withholding their grains. And in the year 920 CE, people prevented the Imam from leading the Friday prayer in the main mosque of Baghdad, destroyed the pulpit, devastated the places reserved for the Copts, and burnt down several bridges. The next year, several other bridges were burnt and many people were killed. I mean, the Jawzi was trying to tell us that the beginning of the 10th century, almost well into the first third of the 10th century, the society in Baghdad, which Farabi was witnessing, was on the verge of collapse. Number 3, the state of chaos and lawlessness led, as it usually does, through the rise to power of a new group of foreigners, most of whom were Turkic tribes, whose only weapon then was the opportunity to revolt and seize power. With the passage of time, these tribes, who were usually known for their daunting courage and warfare skills, took over the reins of power, and the Abbasid Caliphate was effectively rendered almost entirely dependent upon a military aristocracy, which was both powerful and corrupt. It is perhaps for this reason that Al-Farabi does not reserve a high place for soldiers in his virtuous state. Now, in addition to these factors, there are several other sources and works that Farabi is returned to, and I'll go over them very, very quickly, although this is a slightly longer section up here, but and then I want to go on to the last part of my paper. In addition to the above factors, Al-Farabi had at his disposal the works of several philosophers whom he depends upon to forge a coherent philosophical system of his own. By far, the most significant of these sources are the works of Plato and Aristotle. In the volume that was prepared by Dr. Friedrich Dietrichsy, entitled Al-Thamarat al-Mardiyya fi Ba'd Risalat al-Farabiyya, and several other works, Al-Farabi mentions the name of several philosophers whom he's not only aware of, rather quotes at length. These include Pythagoras, Heraclitus, Diogenes, Socrates, Plato, particularly his Republic, Phaedo, and Timaeus, Aristotle, whom he quotes extensively from the categories, de interpretation, his analytics, both the prior and the posterior, topics, rhetoric, and poetics. In addition to that, he quotes from Theophrastus, Alexander of Aphrodisias, Aristippus of Cyrene, Philo, Epicurus, and a host of other philosophers. Majid Fakhri states that his allusions to several of Plato's works, which had not been translated into Arabic by Al-Farabi's times, leads one to speculate that Al-Farabi had these works available to him in some form of summary. Now, the last part of my paper is actually a translation that I did of a prayer, which is mentioned in Ibn al-Usaybi'ah's work, and it is called Du'a'un Azim. I was looking whether it has been translated, and I came across Turkish and Persian translations of this work, although these are languages that I do not know. And I thought it would be a good idea to end my paper by translating this dua, and that I think would be my contribution to the conference. I've called it the Great Invocation, and this is how it starts. O God, I beseech you, O necessary being, and O cause of causes, O eternal one who continues to exist, that you protect me from slipping into error and create in me the hope to acquire what you desired for me of action. O God, award me the sum of all virtues. Grant me in all my matters good outcomes and success in all my purposes and demands. O God of the Easts and Wests. O Lord of the 7 receding stars that burst forth into the universe the way the aorta bursts forth in blood. They are the actors with the leave of his will, and they appear means the stars, whose virtues have encompassed all essences. I seek all goodness from you, and hesitate from Saturn, the soul of Mercury and Jupiter. O God, clothe me with the dress of the glory and the miracles of the prophets, the happiness of the rich, the sciences of the wise, and reverence of the pious. O God, protect me from the world of misery and annihilation, and make me one of the brethren of purity, companions of trustworthiness, and inhabitants of heaven, with those who have testified truthfully and are martyrs. You are the God other than whom there is no God, but you, the cause of all things, light of the earth and the heaven. Grant me an emanation from the active intellect, O possessor of majesty and favors. Purify me with the light of wisdom, and grant me the ability to thank you for the blessings you favored me with. Show me the truth as it is, and bless me with the inspiration to follow it, and show me falsehood as falsehood, and bar me from believing in it or listening to it, and purify my soul from the clay of the primal matter. Indeed, you are the first cause. I might have exceeded my time, but I've got just one more minute to go. O cause of all things together, and he from whose burst of emanations all things are, Lord of the layered heavens, who has placed the land and the seas in their center. Indeed, I called upon you as a sinner, seeking your refuge, so forgive the transgression of this guilty and negligent one. Purify my element with your grace, O Lord of all things, from the dirt of nature and elements. O God, Lord of the sublime personalities and the astronomical bodies and heavenly spirits, human desires and the yearning for desires and the lowly world have overcome your servant. So make your infallibility my protection from insanity, and your fear my shield from excesses. Indeed, you encompass all things. O God, protect me from the captivity of the four natures, and carry me over to your spacious gardens and your sublime proximity. O God, make contentedness a reason for severing blameworthy associations between me and the earthly bodies and cosmic worries, and make wisdom the reason for uniting my soul to the divine worlds and heavenly spirits. O God, purify me through the Holy Spirit, induce my intellect and senses with profuse wisdom, and make the angels instead of the world of nature my fondness and companion. O God, inspire me to guidance and secure my faith through piety, and make the yearning of the world hateful for me. O God, strengthen myself to conquer mortal desires, and attach myself to the abodes of the permanent souls, and make her from among the precious and noble substances in your high gardens. Glory be to you, O God, who preceded all existences, which announced through their mute expressions and spoken words that you are the provider of all things, what is their due with wisdom, and have rendered their existence in relation to their non-existence a source of blessing and mercy. Thus all essences are from your grace and mercy, and all accidents are virtues of your blessings. And there's nothing save that it hymns his praise, though you do not understand their praise. Glory be to God, you are the exalted, you are Allah, the one, the unique, and the eternally sufficient unto himself, who begets not, nor was he begotten, and none is like unto him. O God, you have confined my soul to the prison of the four elements, and assigned predatory desires to prey upon her. O God, and this is really powerful, O God, empower her with your protection, and encompass her with compassion which befits you, and an abundance of generosity which is more worthy and characteristic of you. Bless her with your repentance, which will restore her to her heavenly abode, and hasten her return to her divine station, and expose her darkness to the sun of the active intellect, and purge her from the darkness of ignorance and delusion, and activate her latent potentialities, and remove her from the darkness of ignorance to the light of wisdom and the splendor of the intellect. God is the protector of those who believe. He brings them out of darkness into the light. And at the end, he says, O God, show my soul forms of the righteous unseen in their sleep, and replace their evil nightmares with a vision of goodness and true happiness, and purify her from the filth that has affected her owing to her senses and delusions, and purge her from the filth of nature, and settle her in the world of souls in a place of eminence. It is God alone who guided me, was sufficient for me, and protected me. All praise be to God alone, and may God's salutations and continuous peace be upon the one after whom there is no prophet. This is the end of his prayer, but it clearly shows uh, how a person who has been called an infidel by no other than Hujjatul Islam al-Imam al-Ghazali, but you can see the faith, you can see the vocabulary that he uses. It's a vocabulary of an extremely spiritual person and a man who stands at an extremely elevated spiritual position. With that, I come to the end. Thank you very much. Jazakumullahu khair.
Thank you, Dr. Ali. I really want to start, by the way. Since we don't have enough time, I think we'll skip the question answer session for this session. If there are any questions, you can maybe reach out to the speakers later on, and then we have multiple sessions to go over a lot of things, Al-Farabi, as well. I've been asked to request all of you to join for lunch and for a prayer break. We have to be back at 10 minutes past 2. So please be careful about the time, and we can then come at 10 minutes past 2 for the second session of the day. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I hope time मैंने ज़्यादा नहीं करवाया.
Говорите, ты сделала нокаут Лукашенко и Нурсултана. Я ушла на Welcome. Diba? İyi mi onu? O zehir niye işte? Tam da götüreyim de keyif. Kim?
Aynen, aynen.
Ma axır sən eşidirsən tək canım. Ha.
Çıxırdım, çıxdı lütfen.
Hı.
Yalanla, yalanla. O elbette imtihana girmemek.
Anladım.
O lirik hesap aldı. İmtihanı lirikten geçecek o.
Qız. O ne deyir? Tam da deyir, hə?
İyi öyle katlayıp da şor oldu ya.
근데 맨날
Abi de yedi bile.
그런 느낌이
Ya iyi de.
알불마.
Evet.
Abi dediler taklitler.
Ayda çekil yesin bacı. Ne çıkacak bacı?
Ne olur? Mikrofon açık
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wa bihi nasta'in wal asri innal insana lafi khusr illa allazina amanu wa amilus salihati wa tawasaw bil haqqi wa tawasaw bis sabr. Sadaqallahu al-azim. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to start second academic session of the conference. Which is under the title of the philosophical second session. Its title is Philosophical and Historical Stature of Al-Farabi. It was decided that 3 scholars will address the conference, but I think one was busy and has changed his timing. So there are 2 scholars who will online enlighten all of us about their ideas and researches on Farabi. One is Dr. Farhan Ahmad Nizami. He is founder director of the Oxford Center for Islamic Studies, a recognized independent center of the University of Oxford with a royal character. He was also elected Prince of Wales Fellow at Magdalen College and Emeritus Fellow at St. Cross College in 1997. He specialized in history and Islamic studies. His research interests lie in Muslim social and intellectual history with a focus on South Asia. Dr. Nizami promotes intercultural dialogue and understanding, focusing on Islam and the West through different events and initiatives. He has regularly convened international meetings at Ditchley Park. He has lectured at the World Economic Forum Davos and has served on the International Advisory Panel of the World Islamic Forum and on the Global Experts Project of the Alliance of Civilization. Dr. Nizami has been involved with the activities of the United Nations University, Tokyo, UNESCO Paris, the European Commission and Parliament, the Commonwealth Secretariat and Foundation, as well as various scholarly projects committees at numerous universities such as New York University, Duke University, and University of California, Berkeley. He has collaborated with the Archbishop of Canterbury on interfaith activities. Dr. Nizami holds a doctorate of philosophy and history from the University of Oxford, is a founder editor of the Journal of Islamic Studies, is the editor of the Makers of Islamic Civilization series, and is currently working on an atlas of Muslim social and intellectual histories. He will perhaps virtually address you. He has sent his message. and it is almost 15 minutes. So I request the staff to display and start online lecture of Dr. Farhan Ahmad Nizami, Center for Islamic Studies, Oxford. Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank OIC, comstech, and the government of Kazakhstan for having initiated and facilitated this global forum. It is very appropriate that this event, which will focus on aspects of the life and legacy of Abu Nasr Al-Farabi, coincides with the 1150th birth anniversary of the great polymath. I'm particularly honored to be participating in this celebration. One of the core academic objectives of the institution that I am associated with is to facilitate a partnership between the Islamic and Western traditions of learning, an idea so strikingly symbolized in the life and legacy of Al-Farabi. It does feel rather awkward for a non-specialist like me to be offering comments in the middle of a conversation among distinguished specialists about the life and legacy of Al-Farabi. What can an outsider, a historian of Islam in South Asia in the early modern period, have to say about Al-Farabi, who is primarily remembered as a philosopher? My answer is very little. As a non-specialist, I cannot say much that is directly of interest to specialists. But I can express my gratitude for the opportunity to listen in on the specialists' conversation, to support and encourage it. And if I may, explain very briefly why it is important for me to learn about Al-Farabi and to learn about him. We can begin with the fact that his influence can be traced in the development of the medieval and early modern European philosophical tradition, as well as the Islamic philosophical tradition. Aside from his famous discourse on music, Al-Farabi's major essays are on the nature and functions of human reason, the classification of modes and branches of human knowledge, and most famously of all, his reflections on what an ideal model for the governance of human society should aspire to be in order to enable the greatest happiness of the greatest number. No doubt an important theme for the contemporary Muslim world. These works formed a major part of the onward transmission to medieval Europe of ancient Greek philosophical concepts and arguments, and their assimilation as habits of thinking, as cultural temperament and disposition. No doubt his critical adaptation of the works of Plato and Aristotle and of the Neoplatonists helped to make his writings, once translated, familiar and accessible. But the principal factor in the extent of his influence across cultural boundaries is his dependence on reason itself. Reason as a universal language into which the culturally specific forms of religious expression could be rendered. According to his way of thinking, the great philosophers and the great prophets alike receive inspiration from a higher, ultimately divine source. The divine inspiration is communicated respectively, to the rational or imaginative faculties. But the wisdom special to the rational or imaginative faculties must be harmonized if human beings want to practice virtue and justice in their earthly lives, individually or collectively. Although not much is known with certainty about Al-Farabi's life, it is generally accepted that he knew at least the Persian, Arabic, and Turkish languages, that he traveled widely in Central Asia and the Middle East, and that he did most of his major work in Baghdad and Aleppo. Both cities at the time were multi-ethnic, multicultural, multi-confessional places where the ruling elite engaged and debate in their courts. While Muslims and Islam enjoyed political ascendancy, that ascendancy was evidently compatible with a considerable degree of practiced tolerance and pluralism. The ideal polity Al-Farabi imagined was not a Greek city-state in martial and cultural competition with other city-states, but a more diverse and extensive entity that looked to enable solidarity and collaboration among different peoples living within a broadly inclusive and tolerant political jurisdiction. Their collaboration was enabled by a just and virtuous head of a state, a philosopher who interpreted the wisdom of the prophets, in whose name and by whose authority the state was supposedly founded and governed. Indeed, much to reflect upon by contemporary Muslims around the world. The relevance for me of Al-Farabi is that he tried to explain his understanding of Islam to his contemporaries by engaging with the concepts and arguments of the Greek philosophers and their Neoplatonist interpreters. Others at the time did not think it was either desirable or possible to, as it were, mix religious and philosophical reasoning. Again, others thought that it was reprehensible to try to do so and conducive to disbelief. Al-Farabi was a firm believer in the neutrality and universality of reason, and a firm believer in the necessity of a religious inspiration or foundation for the best use of reason, namely to live a virtuous life in a just society. Many centuries later, at the high point of the British Raj, when the Muslims were as far from political ascendancy as it then seemed possible to be, we find intellectuals striving to bring together into the same institutions the curricula of Western higher education and the traditional Islamic sciences. We find them striving also to understand conventions and customs, hitherto believed to be securely based on Quran and authoritative traditions, in the light of the modern Western ideals presented to them. One example of this is the argument advanced by Sir Syed Ahmad Khan that the Quran intended the abolition of slavery, not just by kind treatment of slaves, their emancipation and assimilation into a society, but outright and absolutely. Sir Syed inspired and founded the institution that became Aligarh Muslim University, an institution particularly relevant for South Asia. As you would expect, I hold the man and the institution in the fondest respect. It is possible, however, with hindsight, to see that some of the thinking behind the Liga movement was not as philosophically rigorous as it ought to have been, that it was not vigorous in questioning, from a Quranic Islamic perspective, the ideas prompted by the British, including their ideas about what education is for. Nevertheless, I would wish to insist that there was a sincere openness and generosity of spirit, a genuine commitment to the idea that it is worthwhile to build an institutional space where diverse religious and cultural traditions can interact, see things from the perspectives of others, and benefit profoundly from the effort. This project is ongoing, and almost everywhere in the post-colonial Muslim world, this dichotomy has not been finally resolved. It is impossible in our world of narrowly specialized disciplines and competencies to imagine that we will ever see a polymath of the stature of Al-Farabi. But through patient, reconstructive study of his ideas, we can surely envisage for our institutions of higher education the solidarity and collaboration across cultural and confessional boundaries that his life's work represents. It is in honor of that ideal that I thank the organizers of this event, and even more so, the scholars whose work is contributing to our understanding of that ideal. Thank you very much.
Please stay online. If there is any question, please raise your hand. We will provide you microphone, and then Dr. Saab will reply, answer your question. Sorry, it was a recorded message, so the scholar is not able to answer your question. The second scholar who will deliver his lecture online is Professor Iftikhar H. Malik. Professor Iftikhar H. Malik, a fellow of Royal Historical Society, teaches modern history at Bath University and is an MCR at Wolfson College, Oxford, with doctoral and postdoctoral training at Michigan State, Columbia, and University of California, Berkeley. He has published 20 books and several research papers on historical subjects. His recent volumes include The Silk Road and Beyond, Narratives of a Muslim Historian. It has been published from Oxford University Press in 2020. The other book he has published is Pashtun Identity and Geopolitics in Southwest Asia, Pakistan and Afghanistan since 9/11. This book has been published from Anthem Publication in 2006. The other one is Pakistan, Democracy, Terror and the Building of a Nation. This has been published from New Holland Publishers in 2010. The History of Pakistan, Greenwood Press has published it in 2008. And Crescent Between Cross and Star, Muslims and the West After 9/11. This book has been published from Oxford University Press in 2006. His 3 volumes focusing on South Asia were published in St. Anthony's series during the 1990s, whereas his Urdu book, Kulzum Ke Us Paar, yani Beyond That Sea, was issued by ML Books in 2018. Professor Iftikhar has lectured at the universities and think tanks in Washington, Cambridge, London, Durham, Berlin, Brussels, Berkeley, Dallas, Helsinki, Turku, Beijing, Odense, Aligarh, Karachi, Islamabad, Tehran, Alexandria, Mauritius, and so many other cities. And now we request the staff to display his online lecture. Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Welcome, please.
Well, Assalamu alaikum and good morning or good afternoon or good evening from a very wet and cold Oxford. I must thank the organizers for getting us together to pay our homage to a great philosopher, to a great polymath who keeps inspiring generations of people, not only in Central Asia or the Middle East, but all over the world. And I'm particularly thankful to Sayyid Khurshid Hasnan and Professor Nomanul Haq for roping me in. And I've been listening to everybody this morning and this afternoon. This has been a wonderful interactive experience. My presentation will be followed by a few introductory remarks. And in the introductory, in my presentation, I will take you to Bath, the city where I teach. It's a World Heritage City like Khiva. I would mention a few things about Central Asia, the contribution of Central Asia in Islamic philosophy, especially during the early period, and then we'll focus on Adilad. I thought that we should broaden the discussion about Islamic philosophy, and especially Al-Farabi, how it expanded and influenced philosophical thoughts elsewhere, and especially Adilad, being the first recognized English philosopher, was deeply influenced by people like Farabi and Al-Khwarizmi. And he spent 7 years in Syria, Antioch, learning Arabic. So we'll come back to him. So I thought this will give us an opportunity to know the worldwide influence of scholars from Central Asia and their impact. And this is where I think in the Muslim world, we need to recap some of these intercultural connections to empower scholarship, especially at a time when humanities all over the world, and especially in the Muslim world, have been suffering from serious crises. Starting with a few introductory remarks, there is a debate going on at the moment amongst scholars about enlightenment, about reformation, especially after 9/11. People are saying, does Islam need an enlightenment? Does Islam need to go through a process called reformation so that intellectually and culturally, according to them, Islam could respond and relate with some of the changing realities and the challenges that modernity has brought in? And they talk about democracy and pluralism and gender rights and all those kind of things. Also related to that is the discussion about the golden past. And this is where professor like Jim Khalili and several Muslim scholars have been talking about an age in classical period or early medieval period that Farabi, Al-Biruni, Khwarizmi, Avicenna, and several others belong to. What happened? Why this great heritage was lost in the Muslim world itself? And how going back to it could generate some kind of timely debate and some kind of renaissance, which Muhammad Iqbal, the philosopher, called Nishat-e-Saniya. And this is not a question only confined to Western scholars and philosophers. People like Ali Alawi from Iraq wrote a wonderful book about 10 years ago. I would recommend it to everybody. It's called The Crisis of Islamic Civilization. And he talks about what went wrong over the last several centuries when we lost the tradition of ijtihad, criticism, and debating issues among ourselves. More recently, there have been a couple of books which focus on these issues. One of them is by Frederick Starr. This historian, he talks about generally the early classical philosophical contributions, which mostly came from Central Asia, and how they influenced not only the Muslim world, but the rest of the world. And he feels that this is a kind of enlightenment or renaissance which happened in the Muslim world, but the rest of the world forgot about it. And even the Muslims don't know much about it except for a few names that they routinely sort of mention in their meetings, and that's about it. The other book, which has raised very interesting issues, is by a British academic journalist, Christopher D. Blake. He says that modernity was a challenge, was a wake-up call after a long time of slumber amongst the Muslims. And it came with the Napoleon, for example, or the Western invasion or colonial control of the Muslim regions, and especially 1790s onward when Napoleon attacked Egypt. And this is where he feels that many Muslim societies, some of their elites, like in Egypt, in Ottoman Turkey, and in Persia. I mean, he takes up these 3 case studies where some of these elite thought that Muslims have to wake up and Muslims have to adopt modern sciences. They have to, interact with modern philosophical thoughts. And this is where some of these people, the reformers, and some people in the government tried to induct these forces and innovations from modernity. But then Christopher Blake feels that after a generation or two, authoritarian systems came back to the Muslim regions, whether it was Persia, Iran, or Egypt, or Turkey, or whatever. So this newly developing tradition or this reawakening, or this quest for Renaissance amongst the Muslims died its early death, which is a tragedy. One of my friends who teaches in America, Ahmed Guru, who is a Turk, has published a book a few months ago, and it has been discussed in many Muslim newspapers, including Pakistan, Turkey, here in Britain. He says that early Muslim intellectual development was largely because most of the Muslim scholars, elite philosophers like Farabi, Biruni, Ibn Sina, they were independent people. They were not dependent upon the governments. They were not dependent upon the authorities. And they also stayed away from ulama. Many of them were ulama, but they were very independent-minded people. But this thing died down a couple of centuries down the line. Ulama and the political authorities developed interdependence. And the merchants who earlier used to support the intellectuals, the scholars, the philosophers, they were sidelined. So the result is that for the last several centuries, according to Professor Ahmed Guru, Muslims have lost that intellectual quest or that intellectual kind of tradition which featured in the early Islamic century. So there are these kind of debates that I wanted to present before you, which sort of lie behind this whole debate, which Bernard Lewis called "What Went Wrong?" I mean, I know Bernard Lewis has been quite inimical and even hostile to Muslim history and Islamic traditions. But this debate gained a new currency after 9/11, and it's not going to go away. So I'm very happy that in Pakistan, you are holding this forum, and government of Kazakhstan is collaborating with you. And in the next 2 days, I think we'll be able to cover quite a bit of ground. And I hope that our universities, our institutes all over the Muslim world will tend to this great challenge of opening up departments like philosophy or intellectual history. That is where we have been lagging behind. I think we newly independent countries thought that we should produce more scientists and engineers, nothing wrong with that, and we'll catch up. I think we have to catch up in the areas like humanities, and that is where disciplines like philosophy are very important. And sadly, our elite, ruling elite, and the people who make the policies in our part of the world, they have not given due importance to the study of philosophy and to the study of humanities overall. Okay, so I go back to my presentation. I will tell you a little bit about Bath, the city where I've been teaching for the last 30 years, and that is where this philosopher, that pioneer philosopher of Islam, the first philosopher, English philosopher of Islam came from. The cities came into existence many, many centuries ago. The Romans made it very famous. They call it Aquasulis because there are hot water springs there in the town. And people, the city sort of emerged around those hot springs, and that's why it is called Bath. And Adelard was born in the 11th century, and we'll come back to him. And this is part of West Country in England, which produced lots of interesting people. One of them is Tom Courier. I think he was the first modern travel writer. We see him in Turkey spending 9 months. He wrote about the Ottomans. He was a very Christian man. He had studied here in Oxford, and then he went to Europe. And after that, he wanted to visit India because he wanted to see the Mughal Empire. So from Turkey, he goes to the Middle East, to the Holy Land, and then he goes to Persia. Through Safavid Persia and Afghanistan, he enters India, and he had a session with Emperor Jahangir, and he wrote about it. So I'm actually doing 2 chapters in a book on Tom Courier, and he died sadly in Surat in 1617. So there has been quite a bit of interest in England, especially in the West Country of England, in the Muslim world. And later on, some of these people were very important in building up the British Empire. Bath itself is a city of beautiful buildings and art galleries, and we got 2 universities, and some of the names mentioned here, all the people who built some of those beautiful Bath stone buildings that you will see in a minute. And these buildings are called Georgian. Yeah, it's a kind of architecture which has made Bath very unique. But Bath has also this reputation of having been involved in slave trade. Next door, Bristol was a major port where the slaves from Africa were brought in, and then they were sent off to the West Indies and North America. After Bristol, Liverpool took over as a major port for slave trade. So there is this sad part of history as well. Some of these colonial officials of the British Empire, they'll come back to Bath or Cheltenham, and they would build houses here and they would live here. So the founder of British Empire in India, Robert Clive, used to live in Bath before he moved to Wales and built his own castle. Famous novelist, perhaps the most famous novelist, English novelist, Jane Austen, also lived in Bath. And of course, this Beckford family who had the connections with British India and also with the West Indies. So Victorian Bath was a city of fashion, recreation, and Charles Dickens, the novelist, somehow didn't like it. He wrote stories about the poor and the orphans. And when Italy took over Ethiopia in the 1930s, the last emperor of Ethiopia, Haile Selassie, came to Bath, and he lived in Bath for 5 years. And then later on, he donated his house, the Fairfield House, to the city. So the city has quite a bit of interesting history, and it's not a huge city, but it has got lots of history, and it's connected with the world of Islam and with the empire. These are the baths, the steaming baths, which have given the name Roman Bath to this city. And this is how it appears from one of the pictures of the Georgian architecture. And you see this complex to your left. This is the famous landmark. It's called the Royal Crescent. And then you've got several other crescents. And there's the circular structure, which is called the Circus. So this is how this city is known. Other than those baths and galleries and abbey, this kind of architecture makes this city very unique. And that's why it is one of the earliest World Heritage Cities as declared by UNESCO. This is that Royal Crescent, and this is the Circus. So on this side is number 14. That is where Robert Clive, the founder of British Empire, the chap who defeated Nawab Siraj-ud-Dowlah in the Battle of Plassey in 1757 lived. And further down, you have the Abbey, the famous Abbey, which was built, I think, in the 8th century, a century before Adelard was born. And then this is the house of Jane Austen to your right. So this is how Bath had connection with the Crusades, because several people went on crusades from all over Europe to the Near East and to the Holy Land and then to Egypt as well. And so the oldest pub in the town center in Bath is called the Saracen's Head. So you could see that this town has quite a bit of history. And this is the house, not very far from where I stay during the week in Bath when I'm teaching, that is where Haile Selassie lived from 1936 to 1941. And it is now the headquarters of World's Rastafarian movement. Well, I take you now to Central Asia because as a historian, I see all these kind of connections which make the life and the works of Farabi so cosmopolitan. I think soon after the emergence of Islam, Muslim publicists, missionaries, Sahabas, companions went all around. They went to China, they went to Africa, they came to India, they went to Turkey. And one of the cousins of the Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, Qasim bin Abbas, he reached Samarkand in the 7th century. So this is the advent of Islam in Central Asia, in the neighborhood of Farabi. And then the next important event, and he's buried here. This is very famous, beautiful graveyard in the Muslim world, in the historic city of Samarkand. It is called Shah-e-Zinda. And I took this picture. I'm standing just outside the shrine of Hazrat Qasim ibn Abbas. So you could see, for hundreds of years, this place has been a sacred place for Muslims in Central Asia, China, and the subcontinent. And it remains very sacred. And these tombs that you see to your right in a very, sort of Timurid style, Mughal, later on in India, we call it Mughal style. In Iran, we call it Safavid style. These are the tombs of the descendants of Amir Temur, Tamerlane. But the cousin of the Holy Prophet was buried there in the late 7th century, and that is how Islam was introduced. And this is how the Turks, Central Asian Turkic people, became Muslims. So after Arabs and Persians, you see Turks coming into the fold of Islam in a big way. And this gives you a background how Farabi sort of has this kind of historical context. The next major event in Central Asian history is when the Battle of Talash in present-day Kazakhstan was fought, and Muslims, largely led by the Arabs, were able to defeat the Chinese, the Tang dynasty. This was a very decisive battle. I mean, we could go on talking about it for hours and hours, but this sort of put Central Asia into the very heart of Islamic political and intellectual tradition. So these are two very important events which I thought I should bring into your notice, that how Central Asia becomes a kind of power engine of Islamic Renaissance and Islamic Muslim governments later on. I mean, all these Muslim governments in India, in Afghanistan, in Persia, and Ottoman Empire had connections or roots in Central Asia. But these two important historical developments should be kept in mind. Well, much later, of course, we talk about Tamerlane after the Mongols. This is his tomb. I was always reluctant to visit his tomb whenever I've been to Samarkand and Bukhara, but I thought we should give credit to the man who is buried next to Tamerlane. This man, is the grave right in front of you, is of Mirza Ulugh Beg, who was the grandson of Tamerlane. Tamerlane is buried there as well, and his teachers, his relatives, everybody in that tomb. But Ulugh Beg created universities, madrasas. He was a scholar king that Farabi and Plato talked about. And he built the biggest, telescope in the world. And he used to lecture in his schools. And his mother was a great scholar, Gohar Shad Begum, who opened schools and orphanages for the girls in Herat. So this year is very special because this is the 600th anniversary of Ulugh Beg's Madrasa in Samarkand, which is now called Samarkand State National University. This is the observatory that Ulugh Beg built, and it's just outside the city of Samarkand. That is where the old city actually existed. Now I take you to Bukhara because I think Bukhara is very important. Some other speaker mentioned it in their presentations earlier on. This is the Ark, this is the Kala, this is the fort. Why it is so famous? Because Bukhara in Muslim history was like Oxbridge. It was like Oxford and Cambridge. You had madrasas, you had libraries, you had scholarly debates, and you had lots of Sufis. So this city, which is still, I think, very much understudied. And I took this picture of the Ark because this is where the big library was in the 10th century. And this library produced two most famous Muslim philosophers, Al-Biruni and Ibn Sina. And both of them were friends, both of them were class fellows, and they read the library. And Ibn Sina says that he read Greek philosophy, he read Indian philosophy, he didn't understand it until he read Farabi. So Farabi was Ibn Sina's mentor. We should not forget that Central Asia, the Silk Road, or this region, which included present-day Kazakhstan, was the heartland of the Silk Road. And this is where great religious and intellectual traditions converged. Judaism, Zoroastrianism, Buddhism, Hinduism. Bukhara itself is a Sanskrit word. And Sogdiana is a Sanskrit word. Northern Pakistan is called Gandhara, which is a Sanskrit word. So lots of Indian influences, Jewish influences, Zoroastrian, Chinese influences. And this is where I think it becomes the power engine of philosophical debates. And you then meet people like Al-Biruni or Al-Farabi and Al-Khwarizmi. So this is one of those very few synagogues now left in Central Asia, in Bukhara. And there's a huge cemetery, Jewish cemetery in Samarkand next to Shahi Zinda that I showed you earlier. Bukhara had these cemeteries. Some of them were destroyed by the Mongols. Genghis Khan, this big minaret that you see at one stage used to be the tallest building in the entire continent of Asia. It survived the Mongols. But some of these other madrasas, they were rebuilt, by the descendants of Amir Taimur, especially by Mirza Ulugh Beg. And it also produced these great Sufis. Sufi Bahauddin Naqshband is buried just outside Bukhara. So all these, I think, syncretic traditions play a very important role. But there's another city, which is the first city in Central Asia to be declared World Heritage City by UNESCO. It is the Khiva, city of Khiva, or the capital of what we call Khwarizm or Khwarizm. Local people call it Khwarizm, and that is where Khwarizmi came from, one of the earliest scholars who influenced the future generations of scholars in Iran, in India, and in Europe. And I mentioned Zoroastrianism. I felt so good when I spent a week in Urgench and in Khiva, because this Muslim majority country has built up this whole park in due respect for Zoroaster, because Zoroaster, Zarathustra, was born here, the founder of Zoroastrianism. So this big sculpture is the sculpture of fire. And underneath this sculpture, in this huge park in Urgench, is the sculpture of Avesta, the Parsi holy book, the Zoroastrian holy book. And Khwarizmi, of course, came from Khiva, and he is the man who was translated by our friend Adilad. And of course, Abu Nasr al-Farabi was a generation younger, and then you have the third generation of scholars of Al-Biruni, who went east, who went to India. He had difficult relationship with the Ghaznavis, especially Mahmud Ghaznavi. Ibn Sina had difficult relationship with the contemporary ruler, which again supports the view which Professor Ahmad Guru has presented, that Muslim scholarship was suppressed by political and religious authority, and if it has to grow up again, it has to become more independent. Ibn Sina wrote more than 450 books, but we only know of 250 books. So all these people are related. Now we come to Adilad. Now Adilad was born in Bath, and in 1080, this is just 14 years after the Normans had captured England. Normans were the rulers of England. They were the rulers of Bath, and they were the rulers of Sicily. Remember, just 10, 15 years before that, the Normans had captured Sicily from Muslims. So you can imagine that, this Norman connection allows new opportunities for budding scholars like Adelard, not only to go to France, the Norman heartland, but also further east to Sicily. And that is why we see Adelard traveling from France to Sicily, and maybe possibly he went to Spain as well. And then we find him in Turkey. Not many people know about Adelard, sadly, even in Bath, in his native town. So when you Google Adelard, you generally end up with the French scholar, the Abelard, Abelard, and he was contemporary of Adelard. So there is more interest now in Adelard, and I've been researching him amongst other things, and I found out that his Latin name was Adolus Bathonisius, Bath's Adelard. And he was born just 14, 15 years after the Normans had captured England. And this is the time when Pope Urban declared the first crusade. So all these historic developments are happening. And soon the Crusaders are in the Middle East, and they have captured Jerusalem, they have captured Odessa, they have captured Antioch, and so they have, and Tripoli. So the four crusading states or principalities were created during the time when Adelard goes east, and he spent 7 years in Antioch in Syria. At that time, Roman Catholicism was the dominant religion of Western Europe, including England, but the best seminaries happened to be in France, in Tours and Lyon. So we find this young man from Bath, Adelard, studying in Tours, then he comes back, then he goes to Lyon, and that is where he is teaching, and he meets his French contemporary, Abelard. And he meets people from Sicily, he meets people from France, he comes to know about Muslim, the Arab scholarship. This is the time when the Greek scholarship is banned in England. So he is curious about Greek scholarship, he is curious about Arabic translations of Plato, Aristotle, Euclid, and everybody else. In 1114, he's in Turkey. And this is the time when a serious earthquake has happened, and he happens to be on the bridge, which at that time was called Memistra, and now in Turkey, in Anatolia, it is called Missis. And then we find him in Antioch. In Antioch, or Antakya, he's very lucky. I mean, he's lucky in the sense that a huge collection of books, originally, these are the translations or the works of Muslim and Christian and Jewish scholars from the House of Wisdom that Caliph Al-Mamun had created in Baghdad. And these books came to Tripoli, but the Crusaders were very irreverent to this collection. So they were selling these books all around because there was some kind of serious issue of, of starvation and poverty or whatever. So the books found their way into Antioch. And this is the time when Adelard is based in Antioch. And he consulted Khwarizmi, he consulted Arabic translation of Euclid, and he might have studied Omar Khayyam's calendar because he's very much interested in astronomy and he's interested in algebra. So when he comes back 7 years later, he returns to Bath in 1112 or 22. He's a very well-known scholar. He is the tutor of two future English kings, and he becomes perhaps the most prominent scholar of his time. He's a scientist like Al-Farabi. He's a polymath. He's an astrologer. He's an astronomer. And he writes these books in Latin. And he introduces Greek scholarship and Arabic or Islamic scholarship to the English reading public at that time. He had translated Euclid's Elements, most possibly from Qurra bin Sabit's translation, because there were a couple of translations available, one in Spain, in Toledo, or Toletla, and the other one was available in Baghdad, which now was made available to him when he was there in Antioch. He wrote Liber Algoritmo, and you could see from the name Algoritmi means Khwarizmi, and his highly regarded original works are these two in Latin. One is called Natural Question, and the other one is called On the Same and the Different. And this is where he is talking to his nephew, exactly like Plato and Aristotle. The nephew or the student asks the question, and the philosopher and the mentor responds in a very detailed way. So this is how, he sort of relates his ideas that he has picked up through his researches and through his exposure in the Middle East. This is one of the dust covers of a book that he wrote in Latin, where a woman is actually teaching other scholars. And remember, Farabi was far ahead of the feminists of 20th century. Farabi believed in the intellectual capabilities of women like any other man. And this is what we see in Adelaide's writings as well. Adelaide translated Zij, which was, the famous work of Al-Khwarizmi. We don't have the original Zij, but here in Oxford, I have seen a copy, one of the earliest copy of the Zij, or the Star Tables, in Bodleian Library. It was translated by an Afghan living in Toledo in the 8th century. Fascinating. His name was Abu Mashar. So in Muslim Spain, an Afghan, a Balkhi scholar, had translated Al-Khwarizmi. So maybe this was available to a few people in Europe. Al-Khwarizmi's book's full name is given here, but briefly it is called Kitab al-Jabr. The most famous contribution, other than his translation of Khwarizmi, is that perhaps Adelaide was the man who introduced zero in England, and then zero became prevalent in Europe. Because earlier, the Europeans were using Roman numerals, and Roman numerals did not have zero. So either zero came from India into Baghdad, and then from Baghdad into Syria, and then here in England, and then from England, it goes to other parts of Europe. So this is a major contribution, the Arab numerals, and the introduction of zero. Adelaide also wrote on falconry and how the Arabs, or people in the Middle East, the Turks and the Kurds, kept these birds of prey. And I have read that. It is fascinating how you look after this bird, what kind of food you give it to it, how you train it, how it comes back to you, and all those kind of things. And also he wrote about Muslim cuisine, a book on Muslim cuisine. So he was a polymath. And when he was in Turkey, as I mentioned, 1114, there was a huge earthquake, and that bridge on the river was destroyed. And then he saw the bridge being rebuilt. And then he saw buildings, mosques in Aleppo, in Damascus, and Antioch. And people believe that he brought that skill and that knowledge of building arches as it was very much prevalent in the Muslim world. And that is how he introduced that kind of Muslim architecture here in England. So one of the most famous architects in the early modern period, Christopher Wren, an Englishman, actually says that, acknowledges the fact, he was the man who rebuilt St. Paul's Cathedral, several colleges here in Oxford and Cambridge. So Christopher Wren, agreed to the fact that, in the new Gothic architecture, there were Arab Muslim influences. More recently, an American historian who used to live in Damascus, Diana Darker, she has published a book, and she has further elaborated how Muslim architecture influenced modern, with this new Gothic architecture in Europe. So my feeling is that Adelaide is the man, is the pioneer who brought the knowledge and the technique of this new Gothic architecture into England, and then it spread into France and into Northwestern Europe. So according to Bertrand Russell, he was the pioneer translator. There's no doubt about it. Louise Cochran, who is the only biographer, she was an American living here in Bath, and she calls him the first English scientist. But generally the view is that Adelaide was the first recognized English philosopher, and he was the first English philosopher of the Muslim world. So finally, I think for a debate or a conference or a seminar like this, I have a question like everybody else. What caused Muslim intellectual decline, which turned so holistic, and it persists even today? So like Ali Alawi of Iraq, like Khalid Abu Fazl in California, or like Ahmed Guru, the Turkish philosopher, the Turkish professor, many of us are raising these issues. How come few centuries ago we could produce people like Farabi, we could produce people like Ibn Sina, we produce people like Al-Biruni, and maybe all the way until Mullah Sadra in Iran. But why, for the last 500-600 years, our intellectual, landscape has been so barren? So what are the reasons? What are the causes? And I do feel that this seminar that you have organized and we are part of should address this question. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much, Professor Malik. We are very much grateful for your thought-provoking and multi-dimensional speech and lecture. Please stay online if there is any question. Audience will raise the question and we request you to please answer that. If any question, please. Mike, please. Please. Dr. Malik, Dr. Munas Ahmar wants to ask a question.
Thank you very much, Professor Iftikhar Malik Saab. It's a pleasure to listen to you. Your very comprehensive lecture. I just need to inquire and to ask whether you are in a better position to respond. You mentioned about the modernity as a wake-up call for the Muslims. The thing is basically, briefly speaking, that the medieval period for the Muslims was a modern period. I mean, they were much advanced, and big names like Ibn Sina, Al-Biruni, and Al-Farabi, and all that. So why is it so that modernity is considered as a wake-up call for Muslims? I mean, Muslims were advanced, Muslims were. And then how many wake-up calls we need now? You mentioned about 9/11. Then certainly I would like to add here the end of the Cold War as a wake-up call, and earlier colonization as a wake-up call. So if you could kindly substantiate your this term about wake-up call, that why modernity is considered to be a wake-up call for Muslims as such. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Munas. So nice to see you here. I'm looking forward to your session tomorrow. I think it's a very important question that we all tend to ask on our own and in our sort of private meetings or seminars. Generally, my feeling is that modernity in the Muslim world or in Africa or even in Far East is seen as Western phenomena, which in its present carnation to a great extent is true. And perhaps Muslims felt very reluctant in accepting modernity in many areas because they thought it was like accepting Westernization. So Westernization has been controversial. We don't want to go into the root cause of it, maybe the Crusades or maybe the Mongols or maybe later on, I think colonialism that created this uneven kind of relationship. But I think if we go beyond that and follow the spirit of people like Farabi or Ibn Sina or Kharzemi or Kindi or Ibn Rushd, for example, in Spain, then I think this division between East and West should really disappear. And also when I look at Japan, when I look at South Korea, when I look at China today, without really westernizing themselves in toto, these societies and these countries have accepted modernity. And look where they are. So my worry is that by a misunderstanding of the whole paradigm of modernity and just simplifying it to westernization in a cultural way, we have been very hesitant. I mean, Sir Syed Ahmad Khan was mentioned in the recorded message by Farhan Nizami. I think Sir Syed Ahmad Khan was one of the earliest people to wrestle with this idea. And he said, look, I mean, accepting modern education, sciences, philosophy, a more rational approach to religion, to our beliefs, to our practices, will not take us away from Islam. But actually, that is a kind of Islam that we have been missing out on. So I think Allama Iqbal wrestled with it, but a person who was more clear on this issue was Professor Fazlur Rahman, who was a Pakistani, had a traditional madrasa education, then came here to Oxford to do his DPhil, and then went back to Islamic Research Institute, and then following that, he ended up at the University of Chicago. So I think Muslims have been writing about it, but my feeling is that modernity could mean modern education, which would mean philosophy. Like one of the earlier speakers saying, why should we call it Islamic anthropology or Islamic philosophy? It's simply philosophy, and we should learn philosophy. Same way, I think modern means of government, primacy of law, and gender rights or rights of all kinds of people. I think these are the kind of areas which are very holistic, and modernity should not be reduced to just one or two areas. And this is where I think Muslims have to debate it. So my feeling is that colonialism came in, and I think Muslims were puzzled that how come a few hundred people from thousands of miles away from these small unknown countries were able to defeat them on their own soil, and not only defeat them, control such huge areas. Look at Russia's expansion. We talk about colonialism in reference to France and Britain or Holland. And in the process, we forget how Russia, from a small state of Moscow, became such a huge country. And it captured most of these Muslim regions in the Caucasus, in Central Asia, the land of Farabi, all the way to Siberia. So I think we got to accept the fact that this is all because of human knowledge, human capital, maybe better technology, better defense, a better economic system. All these things are part of that modernity, which became the power engine of modern Europe. So I think this is where I feel that it is an urgency. I mean, I feel so bad that on the one hand, we call Abbas, Safed king, Abbas Azam, Abbas the Great, but he could not push a few hundred Portuguese out of his main port in Hormuz. He had to seek help from East India Company to defeat the Portuguese so that he could get his port back. And same thing happened to the Mughals in India. Surat was controlled by the Portuguese, and then the East India Company came, they defeated the Portuguese, then they took over the Indian Ocean trade. So I think it means a lot, modernity. But most of all, I think it is the intellectual debate, philosophical debate. And we lost it. We lost it, I don't know, 500 years ago, 600 years ago. Muslims keep blaming the Mongols, and Muslims keep blaming the Crusades. These two major threats, one from the East and one from the West, created this stalemate. I think we need to go beyond that. 800 years is a long time. And this is where I think these conferences should raise these issues, that how come we have not been able to see a better tomorrow. I think Iqbal called it Nishat-e-Sania, and I think his lectures do raise the issue that European civilization, for example, in one of his lectures in Allama Iqbal says that European civilization is not European, it's part of human civilization, the way Islamic civilization is part of human civilization, and we should accept it. So I think that resistance on the part of Muslims, and Muslim elite especially, and especially from religious background, the elite, and some intellectual elite, I think that is creating the confusion, and we should get out of this confusion, and we should follow the model that Japan, South Korea, and some other countries have followed, and look where they are. We in the middle are still deciding whether, modernity is koshered enough or not. That is what Munas bothers me. Sorry for the long answer.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sir. As we are facing shortage of time, I think there is no room for another question. So this second session is going to be ended, and I am thankful to all of you who have listened very carefully the speeches of scholars. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Please come back to this place after 20-25 minutes, so the last and third session may be started well in time. Now, please come for a cup of tea and in the that.
15 minutes.
After 15 minutes, we will assemble over here again after a cup of tea, please. Thank you very much.
We'll have a short break so that we can resume on time again.
Was he unable to hear me?
Oh, yeah, now I can hear you. You were on mute the whole time.
Oh God, I mean, it's such a pity. Yes. I was raving about you.
Oh, okay. But probably better for me that I didn't hear that.
And I was claiming friendship with you. I spoke about your Kindi volume, with which I worked with you nominally. But anyway, I think the audience has heard enough about you and about your work that is both scholarly and it also appeals to the common reader. My students read you a lot. So anyway, I will not waste any more time. The floor is yours.
Okay, well, thanks so much for the kind introduction, even if I did not hear it. I'm going to share my screen with you, so hopefully you can see the presentation. Does that work? But you don't absolutely need to have the presentation in front of you. So thanks so much for inviting me to this amazing event where so many people will be talking about Al-Farabi. I'm going to talk about one of his most famous works, the Mabadi, so his work on the perfect state. So, yes. Or to give it its full title, The Principles of the Beliefs of the Inhabitants of the Perfect State. And I'm going to be talking about a theme that I think runs throughout this work, and I'm going to try to tie it to several of Farabi's predecessors, both outside and inside the Islamic world. So in particular, I'm going to talk about how Farabi's ideas on the perfect state relate to Aristotle, Galen, Plato, and Al-Kindi. And one thing I want to say in advance of talking about those sources and how they impact upon Farabi is something about the nature of the work itself. It's obvious that Farabi here is drawing on philosophical ideas from the Greek tradition, and he's also reacting to earlier philosophers, falasifa, who were influenced by Greek philosophy but wrote in Arabic. So as I say, I'll say something about Al-Kindi later on, who Professor Haq just mentioned, someone we worked on together before. But I think it's worth bearing in mind that the problems and topics that Farabi has chosen to discuss here are not necessarily only to do with the Greek inheritance. They also have to do with concerns of Islamic religion, and more specifically, Islamic rational theology, kalam. I think that's actually quite typical of philosophers who wrote in Arabic, philosophers of the Islamic world. And these are not, of course, not only Muslims, they're also Jews and Christians. In fact, at the time Farabi was writing, so around the late 9th, early 10th century CE, I think that most people probably thought of Greek philosophy, falsafa, as being more strongly associated with Christians than with any other group, because it was Christians who had translated the works of philosophers like Aristotle, Plotinus, and so on, also medicine and other scientific works, into Arabic, sometimes by way of Syriac. And in fact, there was a group of thinkers, sometimes called the Baghdad School or the Baghdad Aristotelians, with whom Al-Farabi was associated. So these are his teachers, some of them. And they're all Christians. He's kind of the odd man out in this group of Aristotelian philosophers in the 10th century because he's a Muslim. In any case, he, like them, is interested in using Greek ideas to address the concerns of Abrahamic religion, and of course, in his case, specifically to the concerns of Islam. And that's especially obvious when it comes to topics like prophecy. But I think also when he talks about, for example, politics, he has in mind the political regime that would be familiar to his readers from their own context, i.e. The political regimes of the Islamic world. Now, one thing that I think would be very welcome to rulers of the time, and very familiar also from structures like the Caliphate, is Farabi's central political claim in this treatise on the perfect city, namely that there should be only one supreme ruler who governs the entire polity or society. He's always going to think here about a city. He's going to talk about it as a city. Medina is the Arabic word that he uses, which might seem a little bit strange because, of course, in reality, in his day, the political unit would be much bigger, something like the Abbasid Empire. But the focus on a particular city, I think, is not a mistake or just an unthinking repetition of something he gets from Greek philosophy. I think rather the reason why he still wants to think about it in terms of a city is that for him, the city would still be the ideal political unit because it can be organized in the right way. And the right kind of organization is one that we'll understand better by comparing it to other structures that have the same kind of normative demand in Farabi, namely that there should be one ruling principle. So there should be one ruling principle that governs all the other parts. That's true in the city. It is also true in the body, and it's true in the soul. So just as in the city, there should be a perfect king, philosopher king, who rules the rest of society. So in the body, there's a ruling organ, which, as we'll see, is going to be the heart, not the brain. And in the soul, reason should rule the rest of the soul. And this is an idea that goes back to antiquity, but it's something that Farabi makes new use of in the principles of the perfect city. So let me say something about my first comparison. And here I'm going to be talking about this idea of unified political rule and comparing what we find in Plato to what we find in Al-Farabi. Al-Farabi knows something about Plato's political philosophy. He has probably only read paraphrases of Plato's works, though. So he hasn't read an entire Arabic translation of the Republic or the Laws by Plato, for the very good reason that these did not exist, as far as we know. Rather, what he would have had is summary paraphrases, probably by Galen, which have been translated into Arabic, and that's what he's read. But he clearly is influenced either directly or indirectly by Plato's idea that there should be a philosopher who is the ruler of the perfect city. And of course, in Plato's Republic, we get an elaborate argument for that claim. The philosopher needs to be in charge because it's the philosopher who understands the nature of justice, the nature of goodness, and so on. But there's a famous problem with Plato's political philosophy in the Republic, which he admits himself. And the problem is that it's difficult to understand how a philosopher could ever come to be the ruler of a city, because philosophers in general have the reputation of not being very practically oriented. And even if you had a practically oriented philosopher, it's not clear how you would get the people in the city to follow their rule. Because the people in the city, the other people, they don't understand that the philosopher is the one who truly knows the nature of justice and so on, because they don't have that knowledge themselves. And Plato tries to kind of fill this gap, tries to explain how the philosopher king would be able to come to rule and stay ruling once he's ruling in a couple of passages. So in one passage, for example, he says that you might just get lucky and the son of a king might turn to philosophy and become a philosopher and then rule because he's inherited the kingship from his father. Obviously, that would be a stroke of great fortune. He also suggests telling a so-called noble lie to the people who are in the city from the time of its founding. But that doesn't help you to understand how a philosopher could come to rule in a city that already exists. So I think this is, in a way, arguably a weakness or a kind of pessimistic aspect, perhaps, of Plato's political thought, namely that he has this very well worked out story of what a political regime would look like, a perfect political regime would look like, that he doesn't have a very good story about how to actually bring it about. And Farabi, I think, adds something to Plato's general idea, which would help fix this problem or address it, namely the idea of prophecy. So Farabi in the Perfect City talks about the fact that the ideal ruler would be a prophet who can foresee the future. And in another work, which is really relevant here, Kitab al-Millah, Book of Religion, Farabi explains that the ideal ruler will use revelation to explain his knowledge in a way that the subjects find persuasive. So for example, he says, the first excellent ruler's calling is royal and connected to revelation from God. He determines the actions and beliefs within the excellent religion through revelation. So the idea here, I think, is that even though the perfect ruler cannot present what he knows in a philosophical way, like he can't offer them proofs that they will understand, that is the other members of the city, he can present what he knows in this other way, which is more rhetorically persuasive, and this will be a revelation that he's received from an angel or from God. Now, obviously, it's very natural to think that Farabi here is thinking of the Prophet Muhammad. So the idea would be that the Prophet Muhammad is a perfect philosopher ruler, that he knew the nature of justice, he knew exactly what was to be done in the city and how to achieve success for his community. But he wouldn't have been able to acquire such power without the revelation of the Quran. So that's an obvious example that might illustrate what Farabi is saying, but it should be noted that Farabi never says that. So he never says that Muhammad was such a ruler or that the Quran is an example of the kind of revelation that he has in mind. However, later on in the history of philosophy in the Islamic world, in the case of Ibn Rushd, also known as Averroes, we will have that move made more explicitly. So in particular, in a work called Fasl al-Maqal, the decisive treatise, Ibn Rushd spells this out in great detail and says exactly what Farabi seems to be suggesting here, namely that the Quran is a rhetorical version of philosophical demonstrated truth. But I think the basic idea is fundamentally Farabian. Okay, now I want to draw a parallel here to another topic which is discussed by Farabi in The Perfect State and also in other works, namely anatomy. Now, as I say, Farabi wrote more than once about this. In particular, he has a short epistle on the parts of animals, where he explicitly says that Aristotle thinks, or thought, that the ruling parts of the soul and its faculties are located in the heart, not the brain. In The Perfect State, he says something similar. He says the heart is the ruling organ that is not ruled by any other organ of the body. It's followed by the brain, for it is also a ruling organ, though its rule is not primary but secondary, for it is ruled by the heart and rules over the other organs. Now, what this means is that the city and the body have a very strong parallel to one another. And I think this is clearly intended by Farabi, in part because the word for rule here, so the word for ruling is rais, so that sounds like a political rule, right? The idea is that the heart is administrating or governing the entire body. And then there, as he says in this passage I just read out, there will be other organs that are subordinated to the rule of the heart. For example, the brain, which is somehow governed by what the heart is doing. And in fact, he spells this out explicitly. He says that just as there is a ruling organ served by inferior organs, in the same way, the ruler of the city is the most perfect part of the city in his specific qualification and has the best of everything which anybody else shares with him. Beneath him are people who are ruled by him and rule others. So the idea is that at the top, you've got this principle, ruling principle, which is either the heart or the king. The heart in the case of the body, the king in the case of the city. And then you have subordinate organs below the heart. So you would have the brain, the liver, the stomach, etc. In the case of the king, you would have perhaps the king, his ministers, the office of the treasury, whatever it is, and they're all subordinated to his rule. So something that's quite striking here is that Farabi thinks that the ruling organ is not the brain, but the heart. And we might think, well, that's weird. Why would anyone think it's the heart? Actually, Farabi is correct that Aristotle too thought that the heart is the ruling organ because it is the origin of heat in the whole body, which is what keeps the body alive. Actually, Aristotle says that the brain has a very limited function in his anatomy. It's still strange, though, that Farabi would still go with the heart rather than the brain, because between Aristotle and Farabi, we've had a big breakthrough in medicine, which is especially noticeable in Galen. And this would have been known to Farabi because Galen's works were translated into Arabic. Galen performed experiments in the 2nd century CE, which showed very clearly that it's the brain that rules the rest of the body. It's not the heart. One of the ways he did this was to take animals who were still alive and expose the nerves coming down from their brain through their neck, snip some of the nerves, and show that paralyzed their body, which is obviously quite horrific, but it's also a very convincing demonstration that the ruling faculty is in the brain, not in the heart. It's interesting, by the way, that Galen immediately assumes that if this is true in non-human animals, then it must also be true in humans, which is a good example of the fact that medicine in general was kind of prompt for philosophers and scientists in antiquity and the Middle Ages to see commonalities or parallels between non-human animals and humans. Actually, it doesn't, for the point I'm making, it doesn't matter that much that it's whether it's the brain or the heart that's the ruling organ, because the real point is that there is in fact one primary organ, which is the ruling principle of the rest of the body, just like in the city. There's one ruling principle who is the philosopher king. To come back to the point I made earlier about the fact that Farabi keeps talking about cities when you might expect him to talk about huge empires, given that that would be the political reality of his own day and ever since the Muslim conquests. I think one reason he may still talk about the city is that he wants a political unit in which the ruler is part of the community. So if you have the caliph sitting in Baghdad, then you don't have an organic unity across the whole empire. Rather, you've got these very remote places that are kind of disconnected and are getting their instructions from the caliph at a remove. If you want to compare the political community to a body, you're much better off thinking about a city, because a city is an organic unity and was considered an organic unity ever since antiquity. And so Farabi is thinking about the king, the philosopher king prophet, as being a part of that city, the most important part and the leading part, just as the heart is the most important part and the leading part of the body. Okay, finally, I want to say something to compare Kindi and Farabi. Sorry, I'm going through this quite a lot of ideas here quite fast, but it's because I only have 30 minutes, so I'll be done pretty soon. Both Kindi and Farabi are influenced by another idea from Greek thought, which is that God, or the first principle, the Neoplatonists called it the one, is a kind of overflowing source of existence or being for all other things. Sometimes they talk about this as in terms that God is like a light radiating illumination, or like a fountain pouring forth water. So the idea would be that everything just comes forth from this first principle, namely God. And in Farabi, famously, we have the idea that from God come a chain of intellects which are moving the celestial spheres. And I see that other people in this conference are going to be talking about that. So the idea here is very much that you have a single first principle at the top, so to speak, of the system. And then you have ranks of existence following the one in order, sort of stepwise. So he says, for example, when all the existents emanate from the substance of the first, they are ordered in their ranks, and every existent gets its allotted share and rank of existence from it. And he even talks about this in terms of emanation. The Arabic word here is faid. This is something we also find in Al-Kindi. So we find him saying the emanation, same word, faid, from the true first one is the bringing to be of every sensible thing and of everything that attaches to the sensible. It makes every one of them exist when it brings them to be through its being. So that is all common to Kindi and Farabi and is a borrowing from late ancient philosophy, in particular from Neoplatonists like Plotinus. So that's all kind of unsurprising. But there's 2 points I want to make about it. One is that it gives us another parallel to what I've been talking about already. So just as you have the king in the city directing everything through his subordinates, so you have a nice hierarchical structure of command that goes through the entire city. And just as you have in the body a single organ which rules the whole body, namely the heart, and then there are subsidiary organs that are subordinate in their function to the heart. So in the cosmos as a whole, you have God at the top, and God is emanating these subsidiary subordinate principles which disseminate his authority and causal power and providence through the rest of the universe. So it's actually very important here that Farabi thinks that God doesn't immediately relate to each particular thing that exists, because that would be as if the heart were, for example, directly related to my fingernail without working through subsidiary organs, or would be as if the king in the city would like come to your house every time a decision needs to be made and tell you what to do. Obviously, that's not the case. The king is all the way at the top and relates to his subjects through a sequence of intermediaries who are his subordinates. And exactly the same thing is true in the case of the cosmos. So I think that Farabi really liked this idea. So he liked the idea that the principle that rules all things is remote and works through intermediaries, because it gives him this nice parallel between the individual person, in the case of their body, the city, and the entire universe. As I said before, one could extend this to the case of the soul, where reason is supposed to be the single principle that rules over the other parts of the soul. And I think that Farabi's commitment to the idea that God's power is mediated through these subordinates, which will be taken up later by Ibn Sina, is a very striking feature of his philosophy. And in fact, even though Kindi also uses this talk of emanation, it's interesting to notice that Kindi is less committed to the idea that there are subordinates that mediate God's power. So he sometimes talks about God that way, but sometimes he seems to be suggesting that God is the source of unity and being directly for each thing that exists. So you kind of get a mixed picture in Kindi, and it doesn't seem to be nearly as important to him that God is a remote cause who works through intermediaries. Or perhaps I should say, sometimes he seems to take that idea very seriously and make it important, but sometimes he doesn't. And in Farabi, it's consistent. So you always get the story that God only affects things like us through the intermediary of these celestial intellects and the heavenly bodies. So in this respect, Farabi, despite being a bit later and after the translation movement has already brought Neoplatonic works into Arabic, he's actually closer to the Neoplatonic theory of emanation than Al-Kindi was. And I think the reason for that is that Al-Kindi has one eye on developments in Islamic theology or Kalam in his own time. And of course, in Kalam, we do have a very direct relationship between God and each thing that exists. So perhaps Kindi was uncomfortable with this idea that God's causation is always mediated through lower principles. And he wanted to leave some possibility that God might have a direct relationship to each thing. And thus he describes God as a source of unity for each thing. Whereas Farabi is completely committed to this originally Greek idea that God's power is mediated. But what I want to suggest is that he has, in this really very well thought out way, developed that as just part of a larger theme that runs throughout this most famous of his works, The Perfect State, namely this parallel between the single principle ruling cause in the city, the body, and the cosmos. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Peter. You have done well with respect to time. So we can have questions. And how do we handle that, Dr. Saab? Do I repeat the questions? Because Professor Adamson will not be able to hear these questions. So how do we handle it, or shall we just leave it? We'll just leave it. Repeat the question. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. So the floor is open. I don't see any indication that anybody has any questions. Yeah. Let me ask you something, Peter. One is that Plato does not have recourse to revelation, and Farabi does. So does it give him a kind of a philosophical advantage?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, in a way, I guess there's two ways you could think about what he's doing there. One would be that he's trying to find a place to fit prophecy into the philosophical account. So by that, on that interpretation, there's a different problem. And I think this is perhaps how people usually think about it, that the problem he's facing is that there's no revelation in classical Greek political philosophy. And so he needs to find something for revelation to do. Namely, on my interpretation, the point of revelation in his theory is that it somehow provides a mechanism by which the philosopher can actually become a ruler. But so on that approach, it's not so much that revelation gives him an advantage. It gives him a problem that needs solving. Namely, if he's working within the paradigms of Greek political philosophy, what will he say about revelation? Because he has to say something, right? Because everyone knows that the perfect ruler would be someone like Muhammad, and Muhammad is a prophet, not just a philosopher. But I wanted to suggest that you can look at it from the other point of view, namely that there was already a problem in the Greek political paradigm, namely that it's not clear how a philosopher could ever come to rule in the first place. And so revelation actually gives him a solution to a problem that was already there, rather than being a problem that he needed to solve in its own right, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Now, one more thing. You talk about Farabi postulating a sequence of intermediaries through which God acts, whereas we see a different situation. Correct me if I'm wrong with regard to the Mutakallimun, Ghazali, for example. Now, since we have scientists sitting in front of us, most of the people here are scientists, practicing scientists. Does it mean that laws of nature in the system of Farabi would have some kind of an autonomy?
Yeah. So I think that's right in that in classical Kalam, you might have a worry that since God is directly causing each thing to happen. So in classical Kalam, you have atoms, which are called a substance or jauhar, and these atoms acquire accidental properties that are associated with them. So a particular case would be something like you have an atom floating in space, and then God makes it move or rest as he wishes. And also more complicated properties like, bald or color or whatever. These are all things that God is actually making happen in the world. So this is sometimes called occasionalism. So the idea is that God directly brings about all events in the created world.
Yes.
Whereas in Farabi, you have a predictable and regular kind of set of laws of nature, which automatically comes through this hierarchical transition from God through the celestial bodies down to us down here. So I think that's right. But on the other hand, so what you said is right. In other words, if you're a scientist, you might think Farabi's view is better because it gives you a more reliable basis for doing science. Like all the regularities of nature are really regularities of nature rather than just God's habits. However, it's worth remembering that the Mutakalimun do place stress on the fact that God's habits do not change. So as it says, like there's a famous saying, right, that you'll find no variation in the sunnah of God. And that means that they get the regularity of nature through a different, in a different way. So you can think about the regularity of nature as being the automatic consequence of this emanative hierarchy, or you can think about it as being a consequence of God's having committed to making nature be regular. So when so for example, when he creates fire and he creates something touching fire, he'll always create burning, unless there's a miracle, which would be an exception. And so either way, scientists still have something regular and predictable to study. So I think probably although the philosophical disagreement is quite large, in practical terms, what it means for doing real science, it doesn't. It's not really that relevant.
Yes.
Because you wind up with a predictable set of norms either way.
Yes. Well, thank you so much, Peter. I hope that one of these days I will meet you personally.
Absolutely, yeah. We keep sort of coming across each other, but never.
We keep coming across, and we know. I mean,
to be fair, I haven't seen anyone in person for about a year, so you're not the only one.
Yes, well, thank you very much. Let's give us a round of applause to Peter. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Bye.
Okay. Now, yes, I have Professor Mohyuddin Hashmi. Is he here? Yes, please do come. Let me say a word of introduction for Professor Mohyuddin Hashmi. He's currently the chair of the Department of Islamic Thought, History and Culture. And this is the International Islamic University? Allama Iqbal Open University. Okay. The main part of his research work focuses on Islamic thought, Islamic law, jurisprudence, and Islamic economics. Professor Mohyuddin has received Best Teachers Award, so he must be a very, very good speaker. Presidential Seerat Awards that he got in 1986 and 1987. And our guest is also the founder editor of the indexing agency Islamic Research Index, which I'm sure is a very, very useful body of work for researchers. Well, Professor Mohyuddin, I welcome you here, and I look forward to hearing your paper. The title is Epistemology from Al-Farabi's Perspective. Bismillah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Salatu wassalamu ala khatamil anbiya wal mursaleen wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Respected Professor Sayyid Nomanul Haq, respected speakers and audience, good evening and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I am honored today to have the opportunity to present my paper in the august gathering of researchers, philosophers, and scientists. The title of my paper is Epistemology from Al-Farabi's Perspective. As all of you know, Abu Nasr Al-Farabi, a renowned earliest Islamic intellectual, often called the second teacher, first being Aristotle, wrote extensively on logic, metaphysics, ethics, political philosophy, philosophical psychology, and epistemology. All later Islamic philosophical thought originates from Al-Farabi's work. Due to his enormous contribution to Islamic philosophy, not only the Muslim world, but also the West is indebted to Al-Farabi. Al-Farabi's epistemology is mainly based on the notion that all knowledge comes from God, who is the fundamental source and fountain of scientific knowledge, that is ilm in Arabic terminology. According to Muslim philosophers, God has gifted wisdom to mankind both through the use of his given intellect and his continuous line of prophets. Muslim philosophers always discussed the topic of revelation and reason to investigate about one of the most fundamental philosophical questions, that is, how to obtain certainty or a scientific knowledge. To find answer for these fundamental questions, Al-Farabi extensively devised a methodology for the incorporation of philosophy, which is reasoning-centric, into religion, which is revelation-centric. To reconcile philosophy with religion, he posed some very important questions like, how can knowledge of an immaterial and supreme being be acquired? And what kind of knowledge does revelation provide? And similarly, what is the relation between reason and revelation? I would try to present Al-Farabi's discourse on these issues in my humble presentation. In his book, Ihsa'ul Ulum, that is classification of sciences, Al-Farabi asserts that philosophy must be the head of all sciences as it guarantees the certainty of all scientific knowledge through the use of epidictic reasoning. Religious scholars have generally accepted revelation as a source of knowledge and limited their role as only the transmitters of this knowledge through elaborating and explaining the content of revelation and its implementation in one's life. Philosophers, on the other hand, assure certainty and provide proof for the theoretical beliefs rooted in religion. Al-Farabi states that theoretical opinion in religion have their proofs in theoretical philosophy, while they are taken in religion without proof. Thus, the incorporation of philosophical knowledge into religious ideology can result in the development of human reasoning from lesser to higher forms. The theory of prophethood and revelation has an essential role in Al-Farabi's philosophical system, because for him, a mere philosopher wouldn't be able to motivate and enlighten others in the absence of revelation. Al-Farabi conceives revelation, that is Wahi, as the ultimate culmination of the highest form of intellectual truth. It is transformed and transmitted in a symbolic language which can easily be perceived by all. Revelation has also the power to motivate men towards the right path. Hence, revelation is considered as an extension and expression of reason. Al-Farabi, for Al-Farabi, prophecy is not the possession of a supernatural state. Rather, he describes it as an instinctive characteristic of the soul itself. According to him, prophecy cannot be exerted through effort by any means and considered it to be God's unique gift to only chosen individuals. These individuals are blessed with exceptional qualities to perceive revelation and thus become a prophet. Al-Farabi's theory of revelation is based on the theory of soul and the theory of knowledge. According to Al-Farabi, the human soul undergoes a series of developments, also known as the hierarchy of souls. The order of faculties, as he mentioned, is number one, the vegetative faculty related to the development and maintenance of organic life. Number two, the sensitive faculty, which is related to the perception perceived by the senses. Number three, the appetitive faculty, which is related to the desire for or aversion to an object of sense. Number four, the imaginative faculty. This is the faculty which retains images of sensible objects after they have been perceived. And number five, which is the highest form, that is the rational faculty, that is aql. The rational faculty is unique to human and distinguishes them from other beings. Each faculty exists for the sake of one above it till it reaches the rational faculty, which rules all other faculties. To understand Al-Farabi's theory of revelation, we will examine his perspective regarding epistemology. Al-Farabi's perspective of epistemology is based upon the theory of emanation along with its main players, that is active intelligence and the recipient of the human intellect. The active intelligence enlightens anyone ready to receive the intellect. Thus, for Al-Farabi, anyone who struggles hard for the acquisition of knowledge can reach the highest form of knowledge and intellectual perfection. According to Al-Farabi, it is God who enlightens, illuminates, and educates man through the active intellect, that is the angel of revelation. Thus, in his perspective, revelations towards the prophet should be seen as God's guidance to human beings. The knowledge in revelation can eventually be obtained through philosophical endeavors, as knowledge is one and indivisible. However, this endeavor requires very extensive efforts, and only a few individuals can reach this much higher degree of understanding. Rather than inventing, creating, or discovering this understanding of knowledge by himself, revelation makes it much easier for man to perceive moral values and differentiate between good and evil, thus leading him towards a better life. In addition to his intellectual capacity, a prophet possesses a very strong imaginative faculty which lets him receive an overflow of intelligibles. These intelligibles are then associated with symbols and images which allow him to communicate abstract truths in a way that can easily be understood by ordinary people. In other words, for Al-Farabi, the revelation is a transformation of reason into symbolic and metaphoric language with the power and motivation that can make people understand the same truths that reason uncovers. However, in accordance to their capacities to comprehend. All human knowledge for Al-Farabi is in a way revealed to man. For Al-Farabi, God indirectly via the active intelligence is responsible for giving man knowledge, acting upon man's intellect. Revelation is seen as just another means by which God conveys knowledge to men. The relationship between revelation and reason is certainly not contradictory, competing, or dual truth idea. Rather, revelation is the transformation of reason, and therefore, revelation and reason complement each other in everything, the same truth to all. God gives prophets special qualities necessary to receive revelation, which occurs as a result of the emanation from God via the active intelligence on an individual who possesses a fully developed rational faculty combined with an endowed and fully developed imaginative faculty. The individuals who possess the individuals who possess both these faculties are extremely rare as they only occur in prophets. Revelation and reason both attempt to guide people, but the existence of the universe and man's place and role in it. Philosophy explains utilizing demonstrative means, while religion explains utilizing persuasive arguments. As reason's ability to convey its message is limited, being a difficult, dry, and abstract intellectual method, thus for Al-Farabi, the role of the prophet and the revelation is central to his epistemological design. Important to mention here that Farabi's thinking of scientific knowledge has no concern with the contemporary view of science, which is based on relativity. Instead, he uses it as a kind of understanding which assures absolute certainty and is limited to metaphysics and mathematics. Far from modern experimental sciences, is the major concern of the former is the achievement of absolute certainty. Al-Farabi describes scientific knowledge as being truthful, certain, and persistent in any given condition. Simply, we can say that it does not go in and out of existence and vary through time. Certainly, certainty cannot consist of any falsehood or doubtfulness, as what can by any means be false cannot be considered scientific knowledge. For Al-Farabi, the relationship of reason uh, to God is that the universe for him is an orderly, rational one, emanating in degrees from the supreme mind, God. Man on this earth, being endowed with voluntary action, must order his own life and society to be in tune with the rational, harmonious order of the universe. Only thus can man attain ultimate happiness. Just as the universe is ordered by a supreme rational being, God, and each heavenly sphere are governed by intelligence, so men a small universe in his own art to govern himself by his reason in order to attain intellectual perfection and thus reach his goal, that is ultimate happiness. For this reason, he has to direct himself through through his reasoning. In his book Risala, in his book Risala fil Aql, he divided intellect into four categories. Number one, the potential intellect, that is called al-aql bil quwwa. Number two, the actual intellect, that is called al-aql bil fi'l. Number three, the acquired intellect, that is called al-aql al-mustafad. And finally, the external intellect or the active intellect, that is called al-aql al-fa'al. According to Al-Farabi, to acquire knowledge, the potential intellect needs to be actualized, and an external factor, that is the active intelligence, is required for the enlightenment of the potential intellect to perceive the intelligibles and hence be actualized. The active intellect abstracts the images of particulars and transforms them into universals and intelligibles. Thus, without active intelligence, only knowledge of particulars can be obtained, which is not a real knowledge. To explain this, Al-Farabi uses the example of wax, which is in unmolded form and needs active intelligence to be molded in a specific shape or form. Revelation, according to Al-Farabi, uses symbolic language to achieve two major objectives. Firstly, it makes it easy to understand, and anyone at any level of intellect can easily perceive the knowledge according to his intellectual capacity. Secondly, it compels man towards the right action by telling him the physical rewards and punishments in this life and afterlife. According to many famous Muslim philosophers, including Ibn Sina and Al-Farabi, the intellectual level of both prophet and the philosopher at the highest level of intellect is identical, except that the prophet's knowledge is in a state of unity and harmony, and the philosopher's knowledge is in a piecemeal. Fazlur Rahman also elaborates the same point, that how the prophet's intellect is different from all other intellects by saying the prophet already possesses an assurance so that by the aid of the active intelligence he can create all knowledge by himself. Again, whereas an ordinary mind cannot know all the relation between things, since its knowledge is not holistic. This is not merely a quantitative difference, but also a qualitative one. The most important difference will be in the sphere of law and morality. It is the prophet alone who, seeing the nature of the whole course of history at a glance, can create moral values and to embody them in a legal perspective, in legal perceptions. By saying that the prophet create moral and ethical values and incorporate them in a legal perceptions, uh, in a legal prescription, sorry, does not mean that the prophet by his own writes down the revelation. Rather, it should be viewed as the consequence of divine enlightenment on the active intellect. Conclude. Um, The theory of revelation presented by Al-Farabi has no parallel in Islamic intellectual discourse before him. Unlike Al-Farabi, Al-Ghazali believes that all acts have no instinctive moral value and are morally neutral before God had imposed upon these acts a value through his commands and prohibitions revealed in the revelation. To cut it short, according to Al-Farabi's theory of epistemology, we can conclude that true knowledge can be only obtained through active intelligence, and therefore indirectly God gives man knowledge. Without active intelligence, man's knowledge would be only limited to the knowledge of particulars and thus would never attain the true knowledge. Al-Farabi's epistemological thought finds the synergy between philosophy and religious morality, reason and faith, theoretical reason and practical reason, thought and morals, and theory and practice. His philosophy reconciles and accommodates many ideas of knowledge that stem from conflicting and diverging source. In Al-Farabi's vision of the universe and human hold a unique position because they stand between two realms, the higher immaterial world of the heavenly intellect and universal intelligible, and the lower material world of generation and decay. Humans possess and inhabit a physical body and thus belong to the lower world, but they also have an intellectual capacity which connects them to the higher world. Every level of existence in Al-Farabi's cosmology is described in by its movement towards human perfection or happiness. Epistemology, which is actually the last paragraph, epistemology, which is actually a science dealing with science itself, needs to be understood in the light of Islamic thought. Unfortunately, there are very few writings on the subject we find focusing on Islamic epistemology and worldview, and discuss and under discussion of Muslim philosophers. I have for the first time introduced a course on epistemology at PhD level in my university. And at the end, by this August forum, I suggest that an academic project may be initiated and supported by Comstech, for which I offer my university and my faculty's academic input in this regard, which would be a matter of great honor for us. Thanks for your time. Assalamu alaikum.
We are already beyond the allotted time, but maybe if you have some quick questions, we can take one or two.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yes or no? No.
Hello? Hello?
Yes. Please
Hello?
go ahead.
Yeah, so
very, very quickly, please.
So here we discuss about the revelation knowledge acquired by the revelation, wahi, and also the knowledge which we acquired from science or something. So we can separate these knowledge from each other, the knowledge acquired, knowledge from wahi.
In the epistemology of Al-Farabi, he believes in the unity of knowledge. And he says the knowledge is undivisible. We cannot divide knowledge from because the source of all the knowledge is from God. Even it is coming from the intellect, which is gifted by God, or even it is coming from revelation, which is revealed by the chosen people, that is called the prophet. So the knowledge is coming, all the knowledge is coming from God, but from two sources. The one source is human intellect, and the other source is prophet. But the main source is the only one, which is God.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think we can continue with this interesting discussion, but we are running out of time. Do we have Professor Duart on online?
Yes.
You're there. Professor Dreher, please do forgive me for my bad pronunciation of your name. You will tell me how to pronounce it. I have read your works for years and years and years, and you are such an authority in this field of medieval Arabic philosophy that those of us who do not know you will feel embarrassed. We ought to know you. And that makes my task very easy because I have to say nothing about somebody who does not need introduction. But just a few words. You studied at the University Catholique Louvain, and then I think in Oxford. There are a few experiences that I share with you. You were at the Center for Middle Eastern Studies of Harvard. I also spent a couple of years there, maybe 3 years, but that was much later. I don't know if you contributed to the volume which Hussein Nasr edited. The black, it was, I think, History of Islamic Philosophy, something like that. I think you have a chapter in that volume, and I also contributed a chapter. So if that is the case, then we're also neighbors. Now, I'm not going to say much about you. People should know you. So I'm going to give you the floor. I want to hear you, and I really don't want to interrupt you, given your stature and given the fact that I want to hear you speak. So I've been given half an hour for you. So, you are the controller of your own time. Al-Farabi on Can We Think Without Phantasma or Image? That is your title. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this very kind introduction. We all know that in De Anima 3.7, Aristotle claims that we cannot think without a phantasma, often translated as image. We also know that Aristotle treats of the relation between intelligibles or concept and images in other passages. All these passages raise at least two broad sets of questions. One, what exactly is a phantasma? What counts as one? Is it simply a visual picture, or can it be a description in words? Does it even include musical sound? And does phantasma simply accompany conceptualization, or is it a necessary condition for conceptualization? Whether it is simply a concomitant or necessary condition, does it enhance conceptualization? Second, how do ancient and medieval followers of Aristotle illustrate the connection between concept and phantasma? Or do they explain it, particularly when dealing with abstract general concepts, such as quantity, for which visualization of a concrete image is not obvious, or with concepts of immaterial realities like God? Do they really maintain that there is no conceptualization whatsoever without a phantasma? In order to answer this question, I shall myself limit to the case of Al-Farabi, who seems to be one of the first philosophers to link phantasma and imitation, and in so doing, to link the De Anima and the Poetics, and to make of the phantasma an imitation or similitudes of the intelligible, which is not purely visual, but may include words and music. Besides, in some texts, Al-Farabi speaks is if the highest level of human conceptualization of immaterial realities does not involve an image. First, phantasma is imitation, and Al-Farabi's conception of poetry. The most striking text that combines not only image evoking is phantasma, was often translated in Arabic, takhil, and imitation, but also likeness, comes from the philosophy of Aristotle at the end of his presentation of the various texts of the organon when it comes to poetics. Text 1. Then afterwards, he gave an account of the art that enables the human beings to evoke image of the things that become evident in the certain demonstration in the theoretical arts, to imitate them by means of their similitudes, and to evoke images of, and imitate all the other particular things in which it is customary to evoke image and imitation. For image evoking and imitation by means of similitudes is one way to instruct the multitude and the vulgar in a large number of difficult theoretical things, so as to produce in their souls the impression of these things by means of their similitudes. The vulgar need not conceive and understand these things as they are. It is enough if they understand and intellect them by means of what corresponds to them. For to understand them in their essences as they are is extremely hard, except for whoever devotes himself to the theoretical science alone. Image evocation is imitation by means of similitudes, and even the educational and political importance of this link is immediately emphasized. Again, in his introduction to logic, Al-Farabi links image evoking, similitudes, poetry, and even military skills, which are parts of politics. T2, poetical discourse seeks to imitate the thing and to evoke the image in speech. Is the art of sculptures imitates different kinds of animals. The relation of the art of poetry to the other syllogistic arts is as the relation of sculpture to the other practical arts, and is the relation of chess playing to the skillful conduct of armies. The 56th selected aphorism goes in the same line, but adds that image evocation can be used even to conceptualize immaterial realities and abstract concepts, such as the virtues, and not simply things we can point to. All T3, all poems are brought forth only to make excellent the image evoking of something. The best kind of poems aims at improving the rational faculty, directing its action and its thought towards happiness, evoking images of divine things and goods, making an excellent image evoking of the virtues. Of course, there are degrees of similitude in these images and in poetry, as Al-Farabi explained at length in the book of poetry, saying you can either look at Zeit, look at a sculpture representing Zeit, or you can look at the sculpture mirrored in a mirror. We ordinary folks can move from lower level to higher level of similitudes for what we are trying to conceptualize. But philosophers, who are rulers and prophets, can move down from the highest level of conceptualization to various levels of similitude to communicate better with us, ordinary folks. The same text linking poetics to the organon tells us that T5, image evocation is to poetry, what science is to demonstration, opinion is to dialectics, and persuasion to rhetoric. But it also tells us that the more complete and best poetry involves, I quote, utterances is imitation of the things it speaks about and which further are set to melody. The quality of the poetic imitation enhances conceptualization, and the melody to which it is set may add further enhancement. 2. How Al-Farabi links the organon to education and politics. Al-Farabi's move establishing a link between the de anima and the poetics, which undermines the visual aspect of the phantasma, gets connected to another move, a linking of the organon to Plato's cave. In the Didascalia, a text known only in Latin translation, and which seems to be the introduction to a long commentary on the rhetoric, Al-Farabi draws a parallel between going out of the cave, followed by return to it, and the organon's curriculum. T6. The example that Plato gave us in his Republic concerning the cave, how man leaves then comes back to it, corresponds to the order that Aristotle established for the parts of the art of logic. Indeed, he begins with general precepts, that is to say, those that pertains to many things. Then he rises gradually and progressively to the most perfect science. Next, he begins to descend until he comes to the lowest science, the smallest and the most vile. What is found in the book of demonstration is what is most complete and most excellent in the science, whereas in the poetics, we see what is most imperfect. The order resembled that of the science that Plato described when discussing the shadows in the cave. It is therefore plausible that in the aforementioned example, Plato sought the very method that Aristotle followed in the teaching of logic. In this passage, Al-Farabi indicates how one goes up from the categories perihermenea, prior analytics, to posterior analytics, and then goes down from topic sophistical refutation rhetoric to the lowest poetics. The philosopher king, who for Al-Farabi should also be a prophet, will use rhetoric and poetry to enlighten as far as it is possible the cave people, i.e. us, ordinary folks. Focusing on poetry, the second master closely ties poetry to music and highlight their importance for rulers in a brief treatise, the Discourse on Proportion and Composition, sometimes known as Al-Farabi's doctrine of harmony and composition. The text claims that since the human soul is a proportionate composition, it is inclined to appreciate proportionate composition in all the arts. Such arts focus on one or more of the five senses. Al-Farabi lists various arts: painting for sight, good cooking thanks to spices for taste, production of perfumes is blend for smell, and melodies for hearing. Discourse conveys more if the utterances are expressed in meters, and still more if they are set to melody, as most people cannot reach certain type of conceptualization. And so political leaders must watch what kind of poetry is put to music. And what music is popular. He then claims that types of poetry vary from nation to nation, but that rhythm and musical composition are an expression common to all nations and even to many of the animals. He then distinguished sophistry, which use similarities or images to deceive, from poetry, presumably morally good poetry, which uses them not to deceive, but to move the imagination to more suitable images and their reception by the soul. This comes from poetry's definition, combined discourse evoking images. 3. Musical image evoking and conceptualization. Al-Farabi wrote an important and extensive treatise on music, which delights specialists in music, but also contains much philosophical material. And it tells us, for instance, a clear distinction between the ability for musical performance and the ability for analytical reflection on musical performance and composition. And Al-Farabi distinguishes 3 types of melodies. First, those intended purely for auditory pleasure. 2, those arising from emotion. And 3, those that evoke imaginings in the souls. T7. A kind that beside the oral delight provides the soul with imaginings, evokes in it conceptualization of things, and imitating things it imprints on the soul. In these ways, melodies are like embellishments and statues. Sculpture at times not only please the eyes, but also, I quote, imitate the forms of things, the emotion that they evoke in us, the action of things, and their characters and natures. Al-Farabi points out that idols formerly served such purpose. I quote, people worship them as similitudes of the god. These idols were made in shapes or forms that those who worship them ascribe to the idols. Al-Farabi, as we already saw, thinks that perfect poetry needs to be set to a melody. Likewise, he thinks that perfect music must accompany utterances. Therefore, poetry and music enhance each other when the match between the utterances and the melody not only works, but works well. Al-Farabi then spends many pages showing how the phonetics, etc., of Arabic poetry may be properly matched with tone, rhythm, etc., in order to enhance understanding of the meaning of the text. He points out that just as paintings and sculptures, melodies may serve different purposes. 1, they may simply bring pleasure, such as rest and relaxation. 2, they may evoke images. 3, they may also affect our emotion in order to incite to a certain kind of action. They also may even accomplish all these 3 purposes at one and the same time. So beautiful poetry evoking images of divine things set up to beautiful melody, enhancing its meaning, will lead to better conceptualization of such divine things. But music's power can also have the reverse effect, i.e., to turn us away from contemplation of higher realities. All human actions aim at ultimate happiness, and such ultimate happiness is conceived as pleasurable forever, and is without fatiguing or exhausting, echoing Aristotle's Metaphysics, Book 12, Chapter 7. At first blush, rest and amusement seems most similar to happiness. Therefore, the general public mistakenly thinks that rest and play are true happiness and favor the kind of music and poetry whose single purpose is to provide pleasure and rest, instead of focusing on philosophical contemplation. Al-Farabi claims that most poetry and music of his time were of such low quality that many Sharia, religious laws, had limited or forbidden most kinds of musics. He hints here that rulers should control the kind of music and songs that become popular. He makes the same kind of claim in the summary of Plato's laws. Selected aphorism 57-2 highlights the political importance and ranking of musicians and poets in the virtuous city. The virtuous city has 5 ranks. The musicians are located in the second rank with the bearers of religion. We have now seen how proper image making enhanced by music can help or undermine conceptualization even of divine things. But the main question rests open. For Al-Farabi, does thinking always require a phantasma? On some topic, it is not easy to determine Al-Farabi's views. His attacks are not always clear or consistent. And besides, he may have changed some of his views. Al-Farabi's views on the afterlife and even its possibility are the subject of controversies, but they help us to answer the question of whether every conceptualization for him requires an evoking of phantasma or images. Furthermore, the first text I shall quote implies that separation of the intellect from the body can already occur in this life and so be accessible even if there is no immortality of the intellect. At least as far as I know, Al-Farabi never said we cannot think without an image, and some texts indicate that he may be qualifying that Aristotelian claim. For instance, selected aphorism 81 indicates that some people are of the opinion that the separation of the soul from the body is not a separation in place, but simply that the soul may no longer need the body as its matter, nor a bodily faculty for its action. This, of course, applies only to the theoretical intellect, which then will be able to think the first principle's essence without the evoking of an image. T8. For when it comes to these states, it becomes separated from the body, regardless of whether that body is living. For if with respect to anything pertaining to its action, it comes not to need sense perception or imagination, it will already have come to the afterlife. Then its conceptualization of the essence of the first principle, God, of course, will be more perfect, since the intellect will have seized its essence without needing an analogical representation or a similitude. This is the afterlife in which a human being sees his Lord, not being defrauded of his seeing nor disquieted. The letter on the intellect makes a similar claim in the section purporting to present the meaning of intellect in Aristotle's De Anima. The end of this passage makes it clear that there is no need for imagination and therefore of any kind of phantasma at some stage, if we can contemplate God's essence. For Al-Farabi, images in words is yielded by morally and intellectually good poetry can be enhanced by proper setting to melody and so lead to better conceptualization. But when we reach the highest level of conceptualization and contemplate the essence of the first principle or the first principle itself, it's always tricky with the word zat in Arabic because in philosophy it can mean essence, and in ordinary Arabic it's the reflexive pronoun. So how you translate some things is a bit difficult to determine. The first principle, we are then separate from the body, even in this life, and no longer need image evoking. Image evoking inward scepter to melody may help us to conceptualize even divine things. But once they've helped us to reach the highest level of conceptualization, i.e. conceptualization of God's very essence, it becomes useless, and there our thinking no longer requires any image of phantasm. I hope I have not exceeded my time. Thank you for inviting me.
No, I think that you have been practically on the dot. Thank you very much indeed. Let me see if there are any questions for you. Well, it seems that you have a spellbound audience. They are still in the caught in the magic of what you've said. Let me ask you something. Is there a discussion ever of the ontology of phantasma in Farabi? I mean, a khayal, takhayul of a poet, does it give any sort of ontological meaning to what is imagined?
It's not that clear because Farabi doesn't give us much example. He doesn't have a very focused theoretical discussion of images, khayal, takhayul, and so on. He indicates it's very important. He links takhayul, of course, to the level of the soul that's simply the sensible soul. And that's why, of course, he can claim that at the level of ak, at least he does claim that in some texts, then we no longer need takhayul. So it's not the highest ontological level, but it doesn't go into giving that many examples. And for instance, when he speaks of music, and I assume he has a bit in the back of his mind, Sama and all the views of Sufism, that it doesn't give you an example of what kind of sound, for instance, would evocate an image. No, I don't like to use the word image, a similitude of God that would help to conceptualize God and therefore to focus on God. The only things I know, but my knowledge is limited, is that the example he gives in which music, because people likes it and likes it as relaxation, leads on the contrary to mistake what is true happiness.
Yeah.
Which is certainly for the highest level of contemplation for Farabi.
And the term for similitude is what, misal?
Misal, yes.
That's the term he uses. Okay. Does it have any connection with Avicenna's floating man argument, the separation of the soul from the body?
You should put the question in the other way around.
The other way, okay. Yes.
It could have given an inspiration, let's say, to Avicenna, but there are still lots of things we do not know about Farabi. And as you know, not all the texts are well edited. Still less are translated and all that kind of thing. So I think we will discover more and more, and we have no clear idea of chronology.
Yeah.
And probably in the course of his life, Farabi changed a bit his mind. Damian is said something about an evolution, but we still know so little.
Well, we need scholars like you to lead younger researchers to fill these yawning gaps that exist in the textual studies of these very important philosophers. Well, I must thank you, Professor, for being with us. And I
Thank
hope
you
to
for
be
inviting me.
It's our honor and our pleasure. Thank you very much indeed. I think Professor Khurshid has to say something. Make an announcement.
Just before we end the first day's proceedings, I wanted to say a couple of words just to thank all of you, our distinguished speakers from abroad and from Pakistan, who participated, and all the audience who have been with us throughout the day. And thank you very much for your involvement in the activity. And just to remind you, tomorrow morning we will start at 9, but would prefer that everybody is here by 8:50 a.m. So we are on time. We have a very packed schedule yet tomorrow. So we can't really afford to be late, or that would mean that some of the speakers would be forced to cut their talks short. So let me just request you that please be on time tomorrow morning so we can have another interesting day of discussions. Thank you, Professor Zahar.